Chapter 1809. Fang Yuan observed his main body's soul. After cultivating several times during this period of time, his soul had already recovered to the level of 60 million man-soul. Right now, his soul was no longer weak and dispirited, it was full of vitality and looked like it was alive. His face was exquisite, his body size was normal, there was a halo emitting from the depths of his soul that enveloped his entire soul, giving off a feeling of sturdiness and exquisiteness. Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment, it was like a silk undergarment that stuck to the surface of his soul. Above it, there was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal GU and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU as the cause. It had turned into a set of combat clothes, there was even a layer of battle armor on it, it looked very majestic. With such a soul foundation, Fang Yuan finally had the confidence to split his soul. Immortal Killer Move, Split Soul. At once, Fang Yuan's soul left his body, he used his remaining thoughts, wills, and emotions to control all sorts of GU worms to maintain the killer move Split Soul. It was as easy and natural as drinking water, almost half of his soul split from his main body, before the main body's soul returned to his body. This time, Fang Yuan's main body's soul fell to 30 million man-soul. However, the soul that he split off was also a soul of 30 million people. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and rested for a while. When his soul returned to his body, he felt a slight dizziness. This was a normal reaction, because he split half of his soul this time, it was too much. The immortal essence in his immortal aperture stopped flowing, all sorts of GU worms rested without any damage. This split soul was quite successful. Actually, this move was not easy to activate, there was a huge risk and a high chance of failure. But Fang Yuan had practiced this move bitterly before, he had paid a huge price and effort, he succeeded on his first try. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had recovered to his original state, his mind was clear. He opened a crack in his immortal aperture's entrance, the split soul immediately entered with a dark wind. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, there was already a body waiting for the split soul. This body was none other than the pure dream reality seeker physique body formed from the dream realm. After the split soul entered the pure dream reality seeker physique body, there were some aura fluctuations at first, but soon, there was no sound, as if it was dead. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He had roughly grasped 3 types of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The first was the strongest pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone had condensed this physique back then, which was the original Ying Wu Xie. This kind of pure dream reality seeker physique only had a lifespan of 18 hours. With every 2 hours, their cultivation would increase by 1 rank, and their strength would become more and more terrifying. However, this pure dream reality seeker physique required many immortal GU, and even a vast amount of dream realms. Fang Yuan could not meet this requirement. The second was the GU immortal pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fang Yuan used it the most, he had once used it to resist the pursuit of Southern Border's GU immortals. Now he was using it to secretly trade with Kai Chu Yu. The biggest weakness of this pure dream reality seeker physique was that it had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, it would directly explode and return to a dreamland. It couldn't be maintained for long. The third pure dream reality seeker physique was something that Fang Yuan had learned from Feng Kim Hoang in his previous life. This was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body. It consumed very few dream realms and did not have many immortal GU, they could be replaced. However, it was a mortal body and did not have GU immortal cultivation. The split soul had fused into the third pure dream reality seeker physique body. It had an aperture and only had rank 1 cultivation. A moment later, the pure dream reality seeker physique body opened its eyes. The 30 million man soul had already been restrained and fused into this body. Because this body's cultivation level was not high, it could not contain the complete 30 million man soul. This was a typical situation where the body was too weak and the soul was too strong. As a result, Fang Yuan's split soul had to restrain most of its strength. It was like a giant curling up its body and carefully curling itself into a paper house. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared Relic GU. Relic GU was a spherical mortal GU, It was only the size of a thumb and looked ordinary and unremarkable. But it had a huge use. It could refine the aperture walls and raise a GU Master's cultivation level by a small realm. GU Master's cultivation level ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. Relic GU also had the corresponding rank 5. Rank 1 Green Copper Relic GU, Rank 2 Red Steel Relic GU, Rank 3 White Silver Relic GU, Rank 4 Yellow Gold Relic GU, and Rank 5 Purple Crystal Relic GU. No matter which rank the Relic GU was, it was an extremely precious GU of that rank. Its value far surpassed GU worms of the same rank. For example, Red Steel Relic GU was worth 8,000 yuan stone in the mortal realm. This price was even higher than ordinary rank 3 GU. And White Silver Relic GU was an extremely precious rank 3 GU. Its price directly rose to 50,000. Yellow Gold Relic GU was directly controlled. In the mortal market, only White Silver Relic GU were circulated at most. Yellow Gold Relic GU were extremely rare and were often kept in their hands. This situation was slightly better in Jewel Yellow Skies. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was a GU Immortals trading market. It was the largest market in the world. In Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 1 to rank 3 Relic GU were sold in batches, rank 4 Yellow Gold Relic GU were much rarer, and rank 5 Purple Crystal Relic GU were even rarer. This was not because GU Immortals also kept these GU worms in their hands and did not allow them to circulate, but because Relic GU could only be formed naturally, no GU Immortals could refine them. Even in Lang Ya Blessed Land or Celestial Court, it was the same. Why was it like this? Fang Yuan now had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level and Human Pathmaster Attainment Level. He understood the reason. Because Relic GU was also a Human Path GU worm. It had an intrinsic effect on variant humans and humans. In places with large numbers of variant humans and humans, Relic GU would form more. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone started to use Green Copper Relic GU. His aperture was different from ordinary GU Masters. Ordinary apertures were stable, while the Pure Dream clone's aperture was constantly breaking and reforming. It was like an illusion. This was the characteristic of a dream realm. In the previous life, Feng Kim Hoang had also sighed. The reason why she was able to modify the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique was mostly due to coincidences. She had created the killer move Shatter Dream in advance. But no matter how the Pure Dream clone's aperture broke and reformed, there was still a thin light membrane around it, but it firmly restricted the dream path aperture. This light membrane was the characteristic of rank 1 initial stage. After a Green Copper Relic GU was used, the light membrane immediately thickened, ripples of light moved on it, it shook and turned into a water membrane. The Pure Dream clone used another Green Copper Relic GU. Thereupon, the water membrane solidified, thickened and hardened, turning into a stone membrane. After the third relic was used, the stone membrane in the Pure Dream clone's aperture turned into a crystal membrane. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique was naturally a special grade aptitude. Although the Green Copper Primeval essence was dreamlike, it was more than 90%. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone immediately sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He focused and manipulated his Primeval essence, preparing to attack the crystal membrane. However, before he could make a move, his aperture directly ascended. The crystal membrane shattered and turned into a red steel rank 2 light membrane. In an instant, the Pure Dream clone became a rank 2 initial stage GU Master. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but quickly reacted. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique is the 11th extreme physique. It is the same as the 10 extreme physiques. Its cultivation level can rise on its own and break through continuously. In GU Master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance. As long as there was enough time, it was a painstaking effort. But every large realm was a checkpoint. The higher it was, the harder it was. Fang Yuan had wanted to rely on his rich experience to break through a large barrier, but to think that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique would break through naturally, it was much more convenient than he had expected. As Relic GU were fed, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone's cultivation level rose rapidly, breaking through continuously. Although there were few Purple Crystal Relic GU in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were many in Lang Ya's treasury. This was not a problem. Thus, in just an hour, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. Prepare to undergo immortal ascension. Fang Yuan let the pure dream clone out of the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, because this would cause a huge chaos in the heaven and earth qi. It would greatly disturb the immortal aperture's balance. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a huge demand for heaven and earth qi. If the pure dream doppelganger successfully passed the tribulation, the depletion of the qi of heaven and earth would be huge. Thus, Fang Yuan's original plan was to arrange for the pure dream clone to undergo tribulation outside. Fang Yuan intended to create a perfect pure dream clone with GU immortal cultivation level in one go. But just as he was about to carry out the next step, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger for no reason. This was not a rumor, it was some kind of omen. Fang Yuan could not help but pay attention to this feeling. This seems to indicate that if I forcefully let the pure dream clone undergo tribulation, I will encounter a huge danger. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. GU masters had to undergo tribulation to become immortal. According to common sense, there was a limit to this level of tribulation, no matter how strong providence was. No matter how strong a rank 6 tribulation was, it would not surpass a rank 7 tribulation. But, if it is a dream path tribulation? Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. The pure dream reality seeker physique body's immortal ascension had a high chance of facing a dream path tribulation, but Fang Yuan knew very little about this. In the current situation, even someone as strong as Duke Long was helpless against dream path methods. Fang Yuan was much stronger than Duke Long in this aspect, because he had Unravel Dream. However, Unravel Dream was not omnipotent. Moreover, dream realms were mainly divided into two types. One was realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan explored this type the most. The second was strange dream realms. Anything could happen, they could not be understood with common sense. Fang Yuan did not want to touch them. If I let the pure dream clone undergo immortal ascension, will I be giving Providence a chance to kill me? In that case, I will undergo immortal ascension in the sovereign immortal aperture. There is no Providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though a large amount of heaven and earth qi will be drawn out and my foundation will be damaged, if I have a GU immortal level pure dream clone, the benefits will be even greater. However, when Fang Yuan teleported the pure dream clone in and wanted to undergo tribulation, the sense of danger in his heart was slightly reduced, but it still lingered. Fang Yuan pondered. This means that even without Providence, if I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to undergo immortal ascension, there will still be a dream path tribulation? And it will pose a huge threat to me. Immortal ascension meant taking risks. Was this risk worth it? Fang Yuan hesitated for a while before sighing. He chose to play it safe. It was not worth taking risks at this time. Most importantly, he had no confidence at all. It would be fine if it were other paths, but dream path, Fang Yuan shook his head. In fact, he had great expectations for this path. Because once he succeeded, not only would Fang Yuan obtain an immortal level pure dream clone, he would also have the chance to learn from nature, he would gain insight into dream path research results and even have a chance to advance dream path mortal GU into immortal GU. But now, Fang Yuan regretfully found that the risk of immortal ascension was extremely high. I might not even be able to use spring-autumn cicada. In this life, Fang Yuan had developed very well, it was not worth the risk. Taking risks blindly was not courageous, it was foolish. Chapter 1810. Swish swish swish. The sound of waves entered Fang Yuan's ears, there was also the chirping of seabirds. The surface of Eastern Sea was shining brightly under the warm sunlight. The sea breeze caressed their faces, making them feel relaxed and happy. Fang Yuan, however, felt slightly disappointed. Indeed, it is not time yet. He used Jade Flow Pearl to come to Eastern Sea from southern border. His goal was to find the blue dragon whale. Right now, for Fang Yuan, obtaining Regret GU was a wonderful thing. Because he wanted to refine a large number of rank 6 immortal GU to raise his overall strength. With Regret GU, he could reduce his losses and minimize the risk of GU refinement. In fact, ever since rebirth, He had been here many times. This sea area was the place where he saw the blue dragon whale with Miao Ming-shun and the rest in the previous life. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not manage to find the blue dragon whale. Maybe I should attack Miao Ming-shun and snatch that method from him? With that method, I can find the exact location of the blue dragon whale myself. This thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he quickly assessed the risks. If he wanted to attack, Miao Ming-shun was not hard to deal with. Fang Yuan could even use Chu Ying's identity and wisdom path methods to trap them. The true risk was that Fang Yuan did not know what this method was. If it was an ordinary immortal killer move, so be it. But he was afraid that it was something else. If he used it rashly, it might backfire. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the latter was quite likely. Because in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never heard of anyone snatching this method from Miao Ming-shun. Eastern Sea had rank 8 GU immortals too. Miao Ming-shun was only rank 7, his method was related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Rank 8 GU immortals would definitely be tempted. But these GU immortals did not seem to want to make a move. It meant that there was more to this than met the eye. According to the previous life's trajectory, I can wait patiently and enter with Miao Ming-shun. But this method has a flaw, that is the ink effect. In the previous life, Miao Ming-shun chose Chu Ying after some hesitation. Will he still choose Chu Ying in this life? Fang Yuan used Jade Flow Pearl to return to Southern Border. Currently, Southern Border was the safest among the 5 regions. Even if the Southern Border righteous path came to deal with him, he had a large number of captives to negotiate with, and he had the most thorough understanding of the Southern Border's situation. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to attack Miao Ming-shun. His rebirth plan was going smoothly and he had thought it through. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to kill Miao Ming-shun, it would be too hasty to do so now. Everything had to be done at the right time. Everything had to be done step by step in an orderly manner. Sometimes life needs to be fast, and sometimes it needs to be slow. If it was too fast and the fire was too strong, all the good things would be burnt. It was too slow and the fire was too weak. It was a waste of time. Fang Yuan had long mastered the control of the speed of the fire. Next, his main task was to create doppelgangers. He needed to create a Dragonman doppelganger. The Dragonman transformation method that Bai Ningbing had was already obtained by Fang Yuan. He had already started researching this method. This method was called the Humans Are Like Dragons GU Refinement Method. It involved the GU Immortal using themselves as a GU material, combining with Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire to refine them into a Dragonman. This method's success rate was less than 1%, and during the GU refinement process, all of the GU Immortal's Dao marks would affect the final result. When Fang Yuan first saw it, he was shocked by the ingenuity of this method. But soon, he found the weakness of this method. This method was created by Duke Long. Duke Long was proficient in Chi Path and Transformation Path. He did not have deep refinement path attainment. He relied on his comprehension of Chi Path and Transformation Path attainment levels. But Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. This method could give him a huge boost in refinement path. After modification, the success rate would also increase by a lot. It could even reach 10%. That was 1/10. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's modification. He could not increase it any further. Because the Humans Are Like Dragons GU refinement method was a human path killer move, it involved the profundity of transformation path. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level could not compare to Duke Long. The same was true for human path attainment level. Thus, the Humans Are Like Dragons GU refinement method was an excellent material. It could allow Fang Yuan to comprehend some of the essence of human path. The true obstacle is Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire was a rank 9 immortal material, the human flame of heaven, earth, and human flames. It was extremely rare. Bai Xiong Grotto Heaven originally had a lump of it, but Bai Ningbing had already used it. It did not exist in Jewel Yellow Skies. Publicly asking to buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies? No, Fang Yuan had a better choice. Xia clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan's extortion letter was the first to reach Xia clan. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed a heinous crime. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. The other Xia clan GU immortals also had ashen expressions, they were very unsightly. But other than anger and hatred, these righteous path GU immortals also felt like they were in a dream and unreal. The great Xia clan, a superforce, was actually being extorted by a demonic path GU immortal one day, and the source of the extortion was Xia clan's strongest expert, Xia clan's foundation, the person in charge of Xia clan, first supreme elder Xia Cha. If someone had told this to Xia clan's GU immortals before the ambush, they would have slapped them and scolded them. Wake up. But at this time, Xia clan's GU immortals only had the urge to slap themselves. How did things end up like this? As Xia clan's second supreme elder, Xia Zhao was the person with the greatest pressure. He sighed. You have all seen that information path mortal GU. Fang Yuan wants us to take out the raging wave rising dragon fire. What ideas do you have? Let's hear them. Xia clan's immortals looked at each other, not speaking. Xia Zhao could only point out names. He looked at Xia Fei Kuai. Didn't you shout quite loudly earlier? Tell us your thoughts. Xia Fei Kuai had an impatient personality. He hated Fang Yuan to the extreme, but he pondered for a long time before saying, this scoundrel Fang Yuan can even kill Celestial Court's GU immortals. Even though he has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too vicious and evil. If he really wants our clan's Lady Xia Cha's life, he will not hesitate. Maybe we can ally with other clans. Fang Yuan is extorting us. He is definitely extorting other clans as well. Once he said this, Xia Liu Pei immediately retorted, we lost our first supreme elder, how can we rely on those outsiders? Right now, they want us to lose Lady Xia Cha. Since Fang Yuan will definitely extort other forces, do you know which force contacted us? You. Xia Fei Kuai stared with wide eyes, but could not retort. After a while, he said, even if we compromise, we don't have raging wave rising dragon fire. Our clan doesn't have it, but that doesn't mean others don't. Maybe that demon Fang Yuan is only trying to raise the price and wait for us to negotiate. Xia clan's GU immortals spoke one after another. Like in the previous life, Xia clan's highest authority fell into Fang Yuan's hands. Xia clan's GU immortals could only admit defeat and be extorted by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's reply was very direct, don't talk to me about other things, I want raging wave rising dragon fire. I don't care how you get it, we can only continue our discussion after you get it, otherwise, Xia Cha's life? Hee. Fang Yuan was even calmer than in the previous life. In the previous life, when he extorted Southern Border's righteous path, there were also many probing elements. In this life, he knew himself and his enemy, he knew the bottom line of every GU immortal. Xia clan was completely in his hands. Although in this life, both Xia clan and BA clan had rank 8 GU immortals captured, Xia clan's situation was still the worst. Because BA clan still had a powerful rank 8 candidate, BA Da. Thus, Fang Yuan's first target of extortion was still Xia clan. Xia clan did not have raging wave rising dragon fire. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Because he had already searched Xia Cha's soul, he did not find anything in the treasury. If it were any other clan's rank 7 GU immortals, they might not know the entire treasury, but as the first supreme elder, Xia Cha definitely knew the details. In fact, Fang Yuan did not know which force in Southern Border's righteous path had raging wave rising dragon fire. It was possible that they had it, but the rank 9 immortal material was hidden at the bottom of the treasury, only the first supreme elder would know about it. It was also possible that the entire Southern Border righteous path did not have this fire. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he was going to let Southern Border's righteous path worry about this problem for him. In Fang Yuan's plan, the Dragonman clone was also a huge matter. Because this clone was related to obtaining Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan did not know much about Dragon Palace, but he had at least deduced that the Dragonman identity was the key to inheriting Dragon Palace. In the previous life, Bai Ningbing becoming the Lord of Dragon Palace was the best proof. Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path while continuing to cultivate and digest his gains. Not long after, Time Cutting Edge was successfully modified, the new killer move was 30% stronger than in the previous life. This was because Fang Yuan had far more time path immortal GU than in the previous life. Not only because he annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land, but also because the year's flow execution formation was not heavily damaged by the southern border immortals like in the previous life. Many time path immortal GU were preserved. Furthermore, Fang Yuan even included some time path immortal GU in southern border's righteous path's treasury. First was Xia clan, then Ba clan, and finally Yi clan. Yi clan's GU immortal Yi Yang was the direct bloodline descendant of Yi clan's first supreme elder. He was the successor that first supreme elder had specially nurtured. He was extremely important. Fourth was Kai clan. Towards Kai clan, Fang Yuan's attitude was very amiable. Brother Kai Chuyu, we are close. It was all thanks to you that we were able to capture the southern border immortals. I'll directly release your second supreme elder back to you. Kai Chuyu's expression was dark like the bottom of a pot. Don't call me so affectionately. Kai Chuyu felt extremely disgusted. He found that he had boarded Fang Yuan's pirate ship and could not leave. These last days, his mood had been very heavy. Because he knew that Fang Yuan was able to capture the southern border immortals because of the dream realms. And these dream realms were secretly traded to Fang Yuan. If southern border's righteous path knew of this secret, not just Kai Chuyu, even Kai clan would be in danger. The dream realm transactions had already become Kai Chuyu's problem. He wanted to stop this extremely dangerous transaction, but was it possible? Chapter 1811. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The earth shook. The dense light of an Earthpath killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving the soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. And in this concave area, there was no vegetation. There was little soil, a large amount of steel was exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This is the White Steel Bowl Valley. Standing outside the valley, Rockman Jiu Immortal Shi Cheng looked at this scene with shock. Fang Yuan's methods were endless and grand. He casually created another mid-sized resource point. These last days, Shi Cheng had conversed with other GU immortals. He knew how vast the sovereign immortal aperture was. There were a large number of resource points scattered all over the grotto heaven. Such a deep foundation made people speechless. It increased these GU immortals' confidence towards the future. However, what made Shi Cheng admire even more was Fang Yuan's boldness. Other GU immortals might not dare, but Fang Yuan dared to fight the strong. He attacked southern border's righteous path. Most importantly, not only did he attack, he even obtained complete victory, capturing these southern border GU immortals. If not for these captives, how could Fang Yuan extort these resources and easily create the White Steel Bowl Valley? Compared to Fang Yuan, the other GU immortal elders of the Rockman tribe were more conservative. Lord Fang Yuan is the one I should follow. Shi Cheng's inclination towards Fang Yuan was growing. He was completely moved by Fang Yuan's charisma. He was subdued by his magnanimity. These last days, He Lulan and the other GU immortals were busy. They had already arranged all the resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was originally barren, but the annexed blessed lands and grotto heavens had gathered a large amount of resources. But now, these resources were cleverly and harmoniously distributed, forming a balanced and harmonious ecology. There was no chaos or mutual interference. They were mutually reinforcing each other. This was the result of Fang Yuan's meticulous deduction using Wisdom Path. Next, he had to make up for some flaws. For example, the White Steel Bowl Valley was something Tai Chu Zhong wanted to build but had not started yet. With it, Tai Chu Zhong could feed Edge GU himself. He did not need to rely on the outside world. Fang Yuan had already made up for it. In the previous life, he had done this. He was even more familiar with it now. As for the necessary construction resources, they were extorted from southern border's righteous path. Regarding southern border's righteous path's extortion, Fang Yuan clearly felt that it was much easier in this life compared to his previous life. Southern border's righteous path GU immortals. Fang Yuan had exposed Heavenly Court's information earlier. He had killed Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This should have greatly affected Southern Border's righteous path. Celestial Court of Gu King Gu Demon, even Celestial Court, Gu King is Demon Demon even Celestial Court was, he Gu, and Gu Southern Gu. Even if Southern Border's Gu immortals did not admit such thoughts, they more or less had some of them. In addition to Fang Yuan's rich experience in extortion, his techniques were also more experienced. These Southern Border righteous path cultivators could only submit. The extortion in this life was different from the previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to build the year essence pool and extorted many precious immortal materials. Right now, he didn't need it at all and switched to other things. Of course, the main thing was immortal materials. A small portion of these immortal materials were used to fill the gaps in the sovereign immortal aperture, like constructing the White Steel Bowl Valley. The rest was to prepare for the advancement of immortal Gu in the future. Fang Yuan had more immortal Gu than in the previous life. Rank 6 immortal Gu were the majority, but for his rank 8 cultivation level, they were too weak. Thus, a large-scale advancement refinement of immortal Gu was necessary. It would greatly increase Fang Yuan's overall strength. In the previous life, he had done this. In this life, after annexing Lang Ya Blessed Land, with such a refinement path Gu immortal, he would have an easier time. He planned ahead and prepared these immortal materials in advance. The results of annexing apertures were almost completely digested. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had been developed to 16%, this was close to his previous life's limit. But in this life, he still had Liu Hao and Ba Shi Ba's immortal apertures, as well as Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Killer moves were still being created, true inheritances were still being researched, and human path was still being comprehended. Fang Yuan took some time to go to the River of Time again. He was still thinking about the Pure Dream clone. Even though the Pure Dream clone's plan was thwarted, Fang Yuan thought of the future self killer move on the Stone Lotus Island. Maybe, I can use future self to obtain a Gu immortal level Pure Dream clone in advance. The four Xuanzi were monitoring the situation in present and past pavilion, but they could not find any traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood present and past pavilion even more than them. After successfully returning to the Stone Lotus Island, future self was used on the Pure Dream clone. However, to Fang Yuan's disappointment, the Pure Dream clone did not move at all. Is it because the Pure Dream clone is created from dream realms, most killer moves are ineffective against him? Or does the Pure Dream clone have no future in becoming an immortal? Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level, he was just one step away from becoming an immortal. However, this stage had a fatal risk. Fang Yuan wisely stopped. If future self is ineffective, it is because the Pure Dream clone does not have a future in becoming an immortal. This means that if the Pure Dream clone undergoes tribulation, I have no hope of passing it with my current strength. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a little interested. There is no harm in trying. He immediately activated the Immortal Killer move exposing Heavenly Secret on the Stone Lotus Island. This move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core, it could see the contents of the next calamity or tribulation. It was completely blank. Exposing Heavenly Secret did not have any effect on the Pure Dream clone. Is it because of the Pure Dream clone's uniqueness, or because exposing Heavenly Secret cannot target dream path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan was vexed. There were few Gu worms that could be effective against the Pure Dream clone. Relic Gu could be effective against the Pure Dream clone because it was a human path Gu worm. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body was a human, thus human path Gu worms were effective against it. But the truth was, many other Gu worms were ineffective against the Pure Dream clone. Because the Pure Dream clone was created from dream realms, it still had the characteristics of dream realms. Fang Yuan had relied on dream path superiority many times to get through difficulties or to summon wind and rain, but now, he was stuck by this superiority. Like Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Duke Long, and others, they could not resist Lead Soul into Dream. Spectral Soul also fell into a deep slumber after falling into dream realms. Old methods had little effect against dream realms. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan had many methods against calamities and tribulations. For example, calamity beckoning immortal GU or endless trouble killer move. But could these methods deal with dream path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan shook his head in his mind. It was almost impossible. The only possibility is to develop a corresponding dream path killer move. However, Fang Yuan's dream path attainment level was firmly holding him back. In the 500 years of his previous life, he did not focus on dream path, he spent most of his time on blood path. Not long after returning from the River of Time, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the Dragonman clone's progress. Xia clan said that Southern Borders Shang clan treasure realm had raging wave rising dragon fire. They were currently trading for it. Shang clan treasure realm is the immortal aperture of Shang clan's founder, Shang clan ancestor. After Shang clan ancestor died, he left it in Shongliang mountain. GU immortals could not enter or leave. Even Shang clan's GU immortals do not know if it is a grotto heaven or a blessed land. It seems that this treasure realm's foundation is much deeper than I estimated. Fang Yuan sighed at Shang clan's foundation. Shang clan had always been in the upper echelon of Southern Borders GU immortal world. Because of their unique location, they had a harmonious relationship with other super forces. If Xia clan can trade for raging wave rising dragonfire, then the Dragonman clone's obstacle will be reduced by half. Fang Yuan waited patiently as he developed peacefully. He gained more experience in using 5 restriction profound light qi. He could gradually use 4 different types of light qi at the same time. His soul path cultivation level rose again and again. For the Dragonman clone, Fang Yuan split out another lump of soul, but even so, his soul cultivation level rose to 80 million man soul. The Dream Realm transaction with Kai clan continued in the dark. Kai Chuyu compromised. One wrong move and he would only sink deeper and deeper. Of course, Fang Yuan had never let down his guard against him. This rank 8 GU immortal was not someone to be trifled with. If he was not dealt with properly, he might suffer a backlash. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had chosen to support Kai clan long ago and planned for the future. Kai clan obtained Dream Path research results from the transaction. This made Kai Chuyu feel both pain and joy. Since this transaction had already caused a huge mistake, why not continue? Kai Chuyu did not want to take the risk, but Fang Yuan made such a move, he could only grit his teeth and continue down this path. During his free time, Fang Yuan's soul searched those GU immortals. Even though he had done this in the previous life, he wanted to do it again in this life, because he had something else to research. That was the ink effect. Compared to the previous life, the minute differences in this life made Fang Yuan feel deeply. An indescribable and profound feeling gradually engulfed his mind. Is this fate? Fang Yuan felt like he had interacted with the threads of Fate Gu's web. He gradually had a strong premonition: if I continue to research in this aspect, my understanding of fate will deepen. This is the best direction to understand fate. After a few more rebirths, I will gather more clues and make deductions. I might be able to create a mortal killer move with the effect of fate. If I combine it with the profundity of luck path, fate. Fang Yuan's heart shook, bright light flashed in his eyes. Celestial Court. Feng Joga stood in front of embroidered building. This rank 8 immortal GU house was a short building with glazed eaves, red walls, and jade bricks. It was exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked half of its foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the immortal GU house. In the sky above embroidered building, there were 3 bloody skins that were sewn in the air. They were still leaking traces of a savage and desolate aura. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and was obstructed by embroidered building. In the end, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed embroidered building. Even now, Celestial Court could not repair it completely, but he was left with 3 bloody skins. After returning from the defeat in Lang Ya Blessed Land, Feng Joga had been immersed in a wondrous state of comprehension. He did not cultivate transformation path. He came here specially to comprehend a trace of transformation from these 3 bloody skins. This transformation was a kind of concept. It was the change of fate. It was reckless savage demon Venerable's injury. Reckless savage demon Venerable was strong, embroidered building was weak. The strong was left with 3 bloody skins by the weak. This was an unexpected transformation. Just like how Celestial Court failed in its attack on Lang Ya Blessed Land, Southern Border's GU Immortals chased after Fang Yuan but were captured. It was a similar transformation. These continuous transformations moved Feng Zhouge's soul. The wondrous comprehension gradually entered an optimal state. Chapter 1812. Western Desert. Fang Clan's headquarters, Guan Yuan Blessed Land. Gu. Fang Di Chang coughed out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Father. Beside him, the adopted son Fang Yun quickly came forward and helped Fang Di Chang up. Fang Di Chang was heavily injured. When he stood up with help, his body was still swaying and his vision blurred. He quickly inspected his body and smiled bitterly in his mind. This injury had heavily injured his brain. There was a huge crack that almost split his brain into two. At the same time, his soul was also injured. There was a strange green halo in his body that emitted wood-path aura. Fang Di Chang sighed as he looked at the huge palace in front of him. This palace was majestic like a mountain. It had green bricks and golden tiles, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. It was solemn and dignified, but also full of vitality. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it, Divine Bin Palace. This is an immortal GU house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, it is well-rounded and has no loopholes. I forcefully deduced and suffered such a backlash. I underestimated the Venerable's power and was too impatient. Fang Di Chang sighed. Father, our Fang clan's current situation is not bad, let's take it slowly. Fang Yun consoled. Fang Di Chang shook his head. Although our Fang clan's situation has stabilized, it is still not optimistic. Those clans are restraining themselves because they were intimidated by our theft path killer move. They have not given up on suppressing us. We need to make the best use of our time. We cannot slack off. Yes, father. Fang Di Chang looked at Divine Bin Palace and sighed. Sigh, it is a pity that our Fang clan does not have a wood path GU immortal. The core of this Divine Bin Palace is wood path. If there was a rank 7 wood path GU immortal assisting me, I would definitely have a lot of progress in deducing this house. Western Desert had many deserts and oases, but wood path and water path were the least among them. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most wood path GU immortals, while Eastern Sea had the most water path GU immortals. Fang Yun thought about it. Although our Fang clan does not have a wood path GU immortal, we have a wisdom path GU immortal. You mean Swan Bu Jin? Fang Di Chang's gaze focused, vigilance flashed across his eyes as he looked at Fang Yun. Did he ask you to recommend him? Fang Yun let out an ah sound and shook his head. No, I'm just saying. Lord Swan Bu Jin has never hinted at this. In fact, after he joined our clan, he has been guarding outside and has never contacted me. Fang Di Chang's expression eased up. Swan Bu Jin's surname is not Fang after all. Even though he joined Fang clan, we need to be aware of this. Godfather, are you doubting Lord Swan Bu Jin's loyalty? Fang Yun scratched his head. Fang Di Chang narrowed his eyes. If I have his help, I can indeed make progress. However, one might know a person's face but not their heart, especially a peerless treasure like Divine Bin Palace. Even if he didn't have such thoughts in the past, when he sees this palace and spends so much time with it, it's hard to say that he won't be greedy. At this point, Fang Di Chang was still worried. Are there any movements on Swan Bu Jin's side recently? Fang Yun answered honestly, there's no movement. However, there are rumors targeting Lord Swan Bu Jin, saying that he is Old Man Lai Shen's inheritor, a remnant of the demonic path that was recruited by our clan. There are also rumors that WN clan will investigate this matter and verify Lord Swan Bu Jin's identity. Fang Di Chang snorted coldly. These people are still trying to catch Swan Bu Jin, but this excuse is quite convincing. At least it is more believable than the previous rumors of him being the demon Fang Yuan. Fang Di Chang sneered, not knowing that the previous rumors were the truth and that the current rumors were distorting the truth. Old Man Lai Shen was a wisdom path GU immortal of WN clan, but because of a mistake in his cultivation, he became deranged and delirious. Old Man Lai Shen had rank 7 cultivation and his battle strength became even stronger after going crazy. He caused huge losses to WN clan and even slaughtered the GU immortals of other righteous path forces. This caused a commotion in Western Desert's GU immortal world. Afterwards, several righteous path forces allied and wanted to kill Old Man Lai Shun. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any traces of Old Man Lai Shun. Eventually, Old Man Lai Shun disappeared without a trace, and this matter was left unsettled. Fang Di Chang pondered, Swan Bu Jin's strength is not ordinary, he is definitely aware of this petty trick. But he has not joined Fang Clan for long, it is normal for him to be seen as a weakness of Fang Clan. We still need to take care of him and make him focus on defending, don't move out easily and leave a weakness for the enemy. As for his identity, our Fang Clan will clarify it for him and give Western Desert's righteous path a perfect explanation. The moment he said this, Fang Di Chang's expression changed. Fang Yun saw that his foster father's expression was not right and quickly asked, "What happened?" Fang Di Chang's pale and weak face turned even more ashen. Swan Bu Jin just sent a letter saying that he reverse deduced a wisdom path GU immortal nearby and is likely to be the one who spread the rumors. He has already gone to capture him. Fang Yun was stunned. This? According to normal rules, any GU immortal guarding a resource had to first report to the clan before they moved out. Only after the clan's approval could they move out. But Swan Bu Jin's action was clearly acting first and reporting later. He directly moved out and then reported. Regardless of whether Fang Clan agreed or not, he left the area he was guarding and moved out directly. He is a lone cultivator after all, his wild nature is hard to tame. Fang Di Chang gritted his teeth hatefully, but at this time, he was heavily injured and could not make any more deductions. He could only contact Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong and ask him to reinforce Swan Bu Jin as soon as possible. Fang Yun was puzzled. Lord Foster Father, the situation might not be so bad. Wasn't asking the first Supreme Elder to provide support a little too much of a fuss? Lord Swan Bu Jin is a wisdom path GU immortal, he must have deduced this time and acted only because he is confident. Fang Di Chang's expression was very gloomy. Swan Bu Jin is indeed outstanding, but he has an arrogant personality and might be schemed against. If those righteous path forces intentionally lure him out and set up a series of traps, it would be terrible. Once he is captured or killed, those clans will make an irrefutable case and can casually frame our Fang Clan to further suppress us. Of course, this is only a possibility, I hope I am too pessimistic. But at this critical juncture, our Fang Clan cannot afford to make such a mistake. Fang Yun heard this and came to a realization, his expression also turning unsightly. He forced a smile. The matter shouldn't be so serious, right? The matter was so serious. When Fang Yuan arrived, Wisdom Path GU Immortal WN Liang Han was leisurely. Swan Bu Jin, you are finally here, I have been waiting for a long time. Saying so, the immortal battlefield that had been lying in ambush activated and enveloped Fang Yuan. So it was a trap. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Swan Bu Jin, sneered. His gaze flickered as he looked at the 3 GU immortals approaching him. These 3 GU immortals were all rank 7. One was tall and thin, wearing a green robe and surrounded by whirlwinds. His name was WN Xiao, he said confidently. Swan Bu Jin, to think you are a Wisdom Path GU immortal. You actually fell into our trap so easily. The second GU immortal, WN Hao Guang, his face could not be seen, his whole body was covered in a layer of light armor that emitted intense heat. A buzzing voice came from the heavy mech, Swan Bu Jin, if you know what's good for you, surrender yourself and join the Fang Clan. If you testify against the Fang Clan, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll even treat you as a distinguished guest. The third GU immortal was the Wisdom Path GU immortal who had lured Fang Yuan. His name was WN Liang Han, his forehead was swollen and he had an ugly appearance, but he smiled. Swan Bu Jin, you are a Wisdom Path GU immortal, you should understand the current situation better. Even if you escape today, there will be endless troubles coming for you in the future. You should not have joined Fang Clan at this time. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, he only sneered. He was currently disguised as Swan Bu Jin, his appearance was thin, his hair was long, his temples were white, and his black eyes were filled with vicissitudes and ambition. Even after hearing the 3 immortals' words and being trapped in the immortal battlefield, he did not waver in the slightest. This was only natural. Because Fang Yuan had concealed his strength, not to mention 3 rank 7s, even if there were 3 rank 8s, he would not fear them. WN Clan's 3 immortals thought they had schemed against Fang Yuan, but they did not know that Fang Yuan had rushed back from southern border this time to get rid of them and stir up a storm in western desert. Recently, WN Liang Han had repeatedly deduced against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move to defend against him and had no flaws, but this had also weakened his soul foundation. It was very troublesome, he had to get rid of them this time. Fang Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out soul beasts. Desolate level and ancient soul beasts were released one after another. WN Clan's 3 immortals were very shocked. Wasn't he a wisdom path GU immortal? How could he control so many soul beasts? In this immortal battlefield, no matter how many soul beasts there are, it is useless. WN Xiao activated the immortal battlefield, immediately creating a huge tornado that slowly moved towards them. The soul beasts closely gathered around Fang Yuan, moving along with Fang Yuan, their numbers increasing. How can he have so many soul beasts? WN Clan's 3 immortals were even more shocked. This Swan Bu Jin was clearly a wisdom path GU immortal, but he was actually controlling a soul beast army. This was too unprofessional. The tornado moved even faster, closing in on Fang Yuan's soul beast army. The soul beasts roared and fiercely counterattacked, but the tornado was like the might of heaven and earth in this immortal battlefield. It was only weakened, it was extremely stable. Fang Yuan personally took action, activating a killer move to block the tornado. WAN Wo 3 immortals saw this and their shock eased slightly. Fang Yuan had used a wisdom path killer move in the end, not a soul path killer move. This cannot go on, his soul beasts seem to be endless. I am going to attack. WAN Hao Guang shouted. Go, the 2 of us will cover you, WN Liang Han instructed. WN Hao Guang charged into the soul beast army. His speed was extremely fast, he fully displayed the advantage of light path. Every time Fang Yuan mobilized the soul beast army to encircle him, WN Liang Han and WN Xiao would activate killer moves to cover WAN Hao Guang. With good coordination, WN Hao Guang charged forward and was about to charge into the center. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he let out another 4 soul beasts. WN Hao Guang's charge paused, he immediately cried out in shock, immemorial soul beast. Chapter 1813. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength, and 4 of them appeared at the same time. At once, WN Clan's 3 immortals felt a sense of absurdity rising in their hearts. Fang Yuan ordered the 4 immemorial desolate beasts to surround and protect him. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back as he stood on the back of one of the immemorial soul beasts, saying in disdain, "Just the 3 of you want to scheme against me?" The corners of WN Liang Han's eyes twitched. WAN Xiao's expression was ashen. WAN Hao Guang's heart sank even more. Swan Bu Jin's strength far surpassed their expectations. They all realized, Swan Bu Jin might have guessed this was a trap, but he still came. Because with such a trump card, anyone would be confident. WAN Clan's 3 immortals were already in a difficult situation. Hold on. He is a wisdom path GU immortal after all, it must be very difficult for him to control 4 immemorial soul beasts. That's right, maybe these 4 immemorial soul beasts only look impressive. Even if it is true, I want to see how wisdom path and soul path work together. The 3 immortals stabilized their morale and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan did not attack, he purely defended. Thus, from the looks of it, WAN Clan's 3 immortals had the upper hand. WAN Xiao controlled the immortal battlefield and also activated killer moves. Wind spears were thrown down one after another, each attack severely injuring or even killing an ancient soul beast. WN Hao Guang's whole body was covered in a thick light armor as he rampaged through the soul beast army, slaughtering countless enemies. Wisdom Path GU Immortal WN Liang Han commanded the battle while also taking action, constantly deducing Fang Yuan's true location in the Soul Beast army. As the battle dragged on, WN Clan's 3 immortals felt increasingly uncomfortable. Because they killed many, but Fang Yuan released even more soul beasts. These soul beasts united and guarded Fang Yuan from all directions, above and below him, forming a tight defensive line. In this situation, the Soul Beast army was so dense that WN Clan's 3 Immortals' best method was to use large area of effect killer moves to attack. However, every time such a move appeared, Fang Yuan would interfere. Even if some escaped, it would not affect the overall situation. Large area of effect killer moves were often ineffective, so WN Clan's 3 Immortals could only use individual killer moves to kill soul beasts one by one. They adopted the decapitation tactic in an attempt to open up a path and kill Fang Yuan. The WN family's 3 Immortals cooperated very well, each of them fighting quite well. They worked together seamlessly, the 3 Immortals helped each other, their fighting strength was very strong. Even a peak rank 7 expert would be in a predicament. Unfortunately, they ran into a monster like Fang Yuan. The 4 immemorial soul beasts formed the core line of defense. After a few exchanges, the strength of this line of defense made the hopes of the WN family's 3 Immortals increasingly uncertain. Damn it, there are too few opportunities. WN Hao Guang growled in dissatisfaction. He had just found a small gap that could allow him to break through to the central defensive line, but many ancient spirit beasts immediately filled up the gap. There are too many soul beasts here. Swan Bu Jin can actually command such a strong soul beast army, and what is even more hateful is that with such strength, he could have tried to attack and destroy our immortal battlefield, but he chose to defend to the death. WN Xiao mumbled with a gloomy expression. WN Liang Han's expression was also very unsightly. I underestimated this Swan Bu Jin. If he had chosen to attack, we would have had more opportunities. But he chose to defend. Fang Clan's reinforcements are probably already on the way. What do we do? WAN Xiao could not help looking at WAN Liang Han. To them, this situation was very awkward. The original plan was for the 3 Immortals to work together and quickly take down Swan Bu Jin. Even if Swan Bu Jin had peak rank 7 battle strength, this plan had a huge chance of success. However, the moment Fang Yuan took out 4 immemorial soul beasts, WN Clan's 3 Immortals plan was shaken. When Fang Yuan chose to defend to the death, WN Clan's plan had already failed. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, although WN Liang Han's attainment level was not as high as Fang Di Chang's, he was also very sharp and had the intention to retreat. However, taking the initiative to retreat now was not easy. The immortal battlefield was set up. If he took the initiative to retreat, it would definitely leave behind a huge flaw. Swan Bu Jin was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. How could he give up on such an opportunity? Moreover, the current situation had not completely lost the opportunity. WN Clan's 3 Immortals still had trump cards that they had not used yet. WN Liang Han showed a rare sign of hesitation. Fang Yuan was very calm. If his true strength was exposed, these 3 WN Clan Immortals might be so scared that they would beg for mercy on the spot. However, he did not want to make a move. WN Liang Han was definitely going to die. It was this rank 7 Wisdom Path GU Immortal who had repeatedly deduced him. He was very annoyed. As for the other 2, Fang Yuan was more willing to see them alive. Back then, when he disguised as Swan Bu Jin, Fang Yuan had specially prepared a set of Wisdom Path Immortal GU and methods for this identity. Now, this set of methods was even more abundant. Fang Yuan secretly activated Immortal GU Distracting Thoughts and prepared an Immortal Killer move. WN Hao Guang's vision was filled with all kinds of soul beasts. From the outside, the soul beast army was like a torrential wave of ink, while WN Hao Guang's thick white light armor was like a speck of light submerged in the pitch-black ink. WN Hao Guang was surrounded, but he did not show the slightest fear or dodge. Forward, forward, forward. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the tightly united soul beast army, finally stabbing into Fang Yuan's body. However, his repeated advances were all in vain. Most of the time, he would lose his momentum midway. There were a few times when he was about to succeed, but he was blocked by 4 immemorial soul beasts. There are 6 ancient soul beasts in front. They are tall and sturdy. They are lined up in 2 rows. There are 2 ancient soul beasts behind us. They are very fast and have been trying to tie me down. I cannot stop. Once I stop and get entangled by them, this assault will fail. But I cannot charge forward directly. The ancient soul beasts in front are clearly controlled by Swan Bu Jin, they are very sturdy. I can only change my path. That's right. The ancient soul beast on the left looks like a praying mantis. This shape is definitely ferocious in offense but weak in defense. I will charge forward for this. Although Wen Hao Guang was a light path GU immortal, he had a mystical light path killer move that could create bright thoughts in his mind. Using these thoughts to think was extremely fast. Precisely because of it, Wen Hao Guang could always think clearly in an instant and choose the most correct path to charge forward in the midst of the army. Wen Hao Guang charged forward. Although he was hit by the praying mantis ancient soul beast, he managed to escape from the pincer attack. Haha, success. I can still charge forward. In this situation, there is still hope before I retreat. I am the main attacker. I need to give Swan Bu Jin huge pressure from the front. Together with Wan Xiao and Wan Liang Han's methods, I can create a chance to kill Swan Bu Jin. Actually, it was very dangerous earlier. If not for the praying mantis soul beast with weak defense, I would not know what to do. If Swan Bu Jin cultivated soul path or enslavement path, there might have been no hope just now. But Swan Bu Jin cultivated wisdom path, he has not used any killer moves in coordination with soul beasts, he should not have such methods. However, just the fact that he can control 4 immemorial soul beasts is already very powerful. He is definitely a rank 7 peak stage expert. If he has a method to coordinate with soul beasts, he might even be able to fight against a rank 8 GU immortal for a few rounds. If I can kill such an opponent, I will definitely make a huge contribution when I return to the clan. With such an impressive battle achievement, I can brag about it when I meet Lady Qi Qiao in the future. Wait. We are in a battle now, how can I be distracted and think about love affairs? Speaking of which, Lady Qi Qiao is really adorable. Although she is not that kind of enchanting beauty, she is virtuous and sensible, she is the most ideal immortal companion. But why does she always refuse my love? Maybe I should change my way of pursuing her. Sometimes, giving her 1 or 2 small gifts is not impossible. If these gifts are too expensive, they will lose their interest. I can weave a doll from grass and give it to her, see if it can make her happy. That is a good idea. Other than grass dolls, I can also weave grass rabbits, grass hats, and grass mantises. Speaking of which, that mantis soul beast that just broke through looks very similar to the mantises I often caught when I was a child. Boom. With a loud sound, Wen Hao Guang was surrounded by soul beasts. Attacks from all directions landed on his light armor at almost the same time. Wen Hao Guang's thoughts moved randomly, he could no longer focus on the battlefield, he was hit by these vicious attacks. The light armor deformed intensely, he was dazed, his vision blurred. In the sky, Wen Xiao saw that Wen Hao Guang was in danger and quickly wanted to activate an immortal killer move to save him. But at this time, Wan Liang Han suddenly shouted, "Don't." Wen Xiao's reaction was slower than usual for some reason, he had already activated an immortal killer move. At the next moment, the killer move failed, intense winds attacked and Wen Xiao's hand was cut into a bloody mess. He himself felt like he was electrocuted, blood spurted out of his nose and his face was deathly pale. "Oh, you are a wisdom path GU immortal after all, you finally reacted." Fang Yuan smiled faintly under the heavy protection of the Soul Beast army. The killer move he had just activated was called Distracting Thoughts Rebirth. It could cause distracting thoughts to appear in the minds of enemies within a certain range. At first, the killer move's effect was not obvious. But the longer it was delayed, the more distracting thoughts would appear in the enemy's minds, eventually interfering with their normal thinking. Wen Hao Guang was affected by the distracting thoughts and was the closest to Fang Yuan. He was distracted in the battlefield and thought of other things, thus he was surrounded. Wen Xiao was disturbed by this move, and at the crucial moment of activating the immortal killer move, distracting thoughts caused the killer move to fail and he suffered heavy injuries. Wen Liang Han was a wisdom path GU immortal after all, he sensed something amiss and finally made up his mind. This Swan Bu Jin is so sinister, he actually has such a strange method. We do not know his details after all, we were not on guard against him, thus we suffered a huge loss. Today's opportunity has been lost. I should go back and think of a way to break this move. I will find trouble with this guy in the future. Just as he was thinking. Whoosh. Chapter 1814. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan suddenly switched from defense to offense, catching WN Clan's 3 immortals off guard. Damn it! WN Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, quickly save WN Hao Guang, his light armor is a killer move, it won't last for long. WN Liang Han's whole body was covered in cold air. Fang Yuan had been defending for a long time without attacking. Once he moved, he would directly attack the 3 immortals' vital points. This ruthlessness and incisiveness made WN Liang Han feel regret for the first time. I should have investigated more in advance. WN Clan offended such a person. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. The Soul Beast army attacked like a tide, easily submerging the 3 immortals. The army formed by the 4 primordial spirit beasts rose into the air like a mountain, advancing steadily toward WN Xiao with an unstoppable aura. WN Xiao, quickly retreat. WN Liang Han sensed Fang Yuan's sinister killing intent and quickly reminded him. WN Xiao was anxious. No, I have to save Hao Guang. He is trapped. Light armor killer move has already been cancelled, only light armor immortal GU is used. WN Clan's 3 immortals had distracting thoughts. They could not use any killer moves at this moment. It was extremely easy to fail, and they would be injured before killing the enemy. WN Hao Guang realized this and could only cancel light armor killer move, only activating light armor immortal GU. This immortal GU was the core of light armor killer move, but it was only a rank 7 immortal GU. Its defensive power was far inferior to the previous light armor killer move. Thus, in just a short while, WN Hao Guang was already in a perilous situation. WN Xiao and he had a close relationship. Going against the current in this dangerous situation, he still wanted to save WN Hao Guang. Damn it! At the moment of danger, WN Liang Han could only cooperate with WN Xiao, activating Wisdom Path Immortal GU Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal GU created obstacles around WN Xiao and WN Liang Han, protecting them and giving them great help. WN Xiao and WN Hao Guang displayed their solid battle foundation at the moment of danger. The 2 finally converged under the Soul Beast tide. Good. With the 2 of you working together, along with my cooperation, there is a high chance of breaking out. WN Liang Han had just revealed a trace of joy when he heard a sneer behind him. Don't you think about yourself? You really are sacrificing yourself for others. Fang Yuan had already arrived behind him. At this moment, WN Liang Han felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. Before he died, he finally understood that everything was part of Swan Bu Jin's scheme. He had purposely exerted pressure and revealed his killing intent towards WN Xiao and WN Hao Guang, but his real target was WN Liang Han. The 4 immemorial spirit beasts were still far away, but Swan Bu Jin had already arrived by WN Liang Han's side. It turned out that the 4 immemorial soul beasts were merely used as bait by him. These were 4 rank 8 beasts. Who would have thought that Swan Bu Jin would abandon them? All along, under the protection of these 4 immemorial soul beasts, he had constantly given the 3 immortals of the WN family many psychological hints, causing them to gradually form some kind of inertia. Perhaps, WN Liang Han would be able to see through this layer of trap in his normal state, but now, he had also fallen for it. While suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, he also had to take care of WN Hao Guang and WN Xiao's safety. He had long since been unable to think about anything else. Swan Bu Jin is not someone who is afraid of death. He can take the risk to attack at the crucial moment. Everything earlier was just an act. Thoughts flashed in WN Liang Han's mind. He wanted to counterattack without any regard for the slightest hope of survival. But it was all too late. How could Fang Yuan give him a chance to struggle before death? Immortal killer move, Wisdom. Fang Yuan's palm lightly pushed, a great thief ghost hand flew out and directly entered WN Liang Han's body. Next, the great thief ghost hand flew back, its fist tightly clenched like it was pinching something. Fang Yuan lightly smiled and announced, "Your life is mine." WN Liang Han's eyes were wide open. He was already dead. Brother Liang Han. Seeing this, Wn Xiao and Wn Hao Guang cried out in shock, their voices hoarse and filled with extreme grief and indignation. Wan Xiao's eyes were bloodshot while Wan Hao Guang's tiger eyes were also filled with tears. It was not easy to nurture a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wn Lianghan's death was a huge loss to Wan clan. By killing Wn Lianghan, Fang Yuan had already completed half of his goal. The remaining half would depend on the follow-up performance of these two Wan clan Gu immortals. By now, the spoils of battle of these two rank 7 Gu immortals were no longer in Fang Yuan's eyes. What he was after was the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Thus, he activated transformation path methods and his aura gradually fell. This guy suddenly became weak, so he was not so strong after all. Maybe the move he used to kill brother Liang Han has a huge repercussions. Wn Xiao and Wn Hao Guang were pleasantly surprised to find that Fang Yuan's aura had weakened. The Soul Beast army under his control was no longer tightly united, instead becoming scattered and scattered. But soon after, Fang Yuan stored Wn Liang Han's corpse and hid in the protection of the 4 immemorial soul beasts. Wn Xiao and Wn Hao Guang gritted their teeth in hatred, but they also understood that Fang Yuan could not be killed. If this dragged on, they would also die here. Thus, they stored the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Fang Yuan took the chance to beat Wn Xiao until he fainted, while Wn Hao Guang hugged Wn Xiao tightly and ran away. Fang Yuan controlled the Soul Beast army and pretended to chase for a while, before looking at Wn Hao Guang's back in satisfaction as he disappeared into the clouds. I should go too. Fang Yuan, however, did not stay. He looked at the direction of Wn clan's headquarters and smiled, before withdrawing his army and disappearing without a trace. When Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong rushed over with great difficulty, he could only stare blankly at the empty desert. All the traces left behind at the scene showed that there had been a huge battle earlier. Fang Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought, "This Swan Bu Jin, it seems that I was a step too late and let the enemy succeed." Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, using Swan Bu Jin's identity to announce the process of this battle to the public. The Gu Immortals discussed heatedly, and Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was even more shaken. What kind of person is this Swan Bu Jin? He actually has 4 immemorial soul beasts as guards, and his wisdom path methods are also very strange. No wonder Fang Clan recruited him. Another rank 7 peak stage expert has appeared in Western Desert's righteous path. The Great Era is really coming. Not only are earth trenches appearing frequently, all kinds of monsters are also starting to appear. Fang Gong only noticed the change in the jewel yellow skies after Fang Dichang's reminder. Fang Gong let out a sigh of relief, but was also a little puzzled. So the victor is Swan Bu Jin, but why is he not returning yet? Fang Dichang laughed. He is a lone immortal after all, he just joined our clan. Now that he killed Wn Liang Han, this is a Western Desert righteous path Gu immortal, a member of a superforce. Adding on our Fang clan's current situation, he is worried that we will abandon him in order to protect ourselves. Thus, he stayed outside and took the initiative to announce this battle to the public. After hearing this, Fang Gong's mind immediately felt like the fog had dispersed. He understood. You wisdom path Gu immortals are all so cunning. Swan Bu Jin is threatening our Fang clan, but his worries are not wrong. This time, Wn Liang Han was killed by him. The relationship between our Fang clan and Wan clan is almost broken. Sigh, the situation that had just stabilized might collapse because of this. Our Fang clan's situation has become even more difficult. In your opinion, what should we choose? Should we abandon Swan Bu Jin and maintain our relationship with Wan clan? Or should we abandon Wan clan and protect Swan Bu Jin? Right now, I can already see that Swan Bu Jin does not truly want to integrate into our Fang clan. He can go against us for his own selfish reasons. However, Wan clan is not a good person either. This time, they took the initiative to attack us and suffered a loss. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely. Fang Dichang pondered, I think it is more advantageous to protect Swan Bu Jin. Swan Bu Jin has an arrogant nature. It is normal for him to not be on the same side as us. It is because he has enough strength to support his pride. Just those 4 immemorial soul beasts are already beyond our imagination. In this battle, he even exposed 2 wisdom path killer moves. Each of them is strange and dangerous. If the enemy is slightly careless, they will fall into his hands. This time, WN clan is indeed the first to find trouble with us. If we show weakness, the other clans will instead think that our strength is lacking. They will become even more restless. The results of our theft path killer move earlier will also disappear. At this crucial moment, our Fang clan should maintain a strong stance and protect Swan Bu Jin. Although Swan Bu Jin is not on the same side as us, he is a qualified ally. We have the experience of working together, we even have the foundation of working together before. Our clan still owes him a sum of money. This is the capital we can use to our advantage. With him reinforcing our clan, this is what the other righteous path forces do not want to see. Fang Di Chang was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. After some analysis, Fang Gong immediately understood the situation. Fang Gong nodded and said in a heavy tone, "You are right. Protecting Swan Bu Jin is indeed more advantageous to our clan than easing the relationship with WAN clan. But if we do this, WAN clan will definitely take revenge. Our Fang clan will face even greater pressure." Fang Di Chang sighed helplessly. There is nothing we can do. The news of Divine Bin Palace has been leaked. Didn't we already foresee this situation? The current plan is to refine Divine Bin Palace as soon as possible. With this house in hand, our Fang clan will be able to resolve our current crisis. Green Ghost Desert. An immemorial soul beast could not retaliate against Fang Yuan's attack. A moment later, it lowered its head and was forcefully subdued by Fang Yuan, turning into his. Ying Wuxie stood beside Fang Yuan. Recently, it was all thanks to him being in charge of this place that there was an endless supply of soul beasts. After sending off the 3 WAN clan immortals, Fang Yuan did not return to Fang clan. He came here to help Ying Wuxie. In the process of subduing soul beasts, Ying Wuxie encountered a tough immemorial soul beast. It was not easy to make a move. Fang Yuan was here to help him clear the obstacles. "All right, let's go to the next place," Fang Yuan said, but his expression changed slightly. It was a message from Fang clan. "Lord Sect Leader, how is Fang clan's reaction?" Ying Wuxie was very sensitive. He asked with concern. Fang clan's reaction was related to the development of Green Ghost Desert. Chapter 1815. WAN clan's headquarters. "Father, you died so miserably." Sobbing sounds echoed in the discussion hall, causing the eardrums of all the GU immortals present to buzz. A young man in mourning clothes was crying and snot. This person was WN Zui Qing, a rank 6 GU immortal, WAN Lianghan's son. WN Zui Qing was kneeling on the ground and crying. Nobody could dissuade him. In the hall, WN clan's GU immortals were frowning with gloomy expressions, remaining silent. WAN clan's second supreme elder had a benevolent nature. He could not help but sigh. The matter actually reached this stage. "Our clan sent 3 rank 7 experts but they all lost. It is truly unbelievable." WAN clan's immortals had the same feeling towards these words. If not for Fang Yuan taking the initiative to expose the whole process of the battle in jewel yellow skies, these WN clan immortals might have had some doubts before accepting it. In fact, WN Lianghan's action this time had been approved by most of WN clan's GU immortals. With 3 GU immortals of the same rank and an immortal battlefield, they had thought victory was in the bag, but they had not expected to encounter such a tough opponent. First Supreme Elder who had been silent finally spoke. "Swan Bu Jin killed our clan's GU immortals. Our WN clan will not forgive him." WN Zui Qing, did your father leave behind an inheritance for you? Seeing First Supreme Elder's question, WN Zui Qing did not dare to be impudent. He stopped crying and said, "I don't dare to hide it from First Supreme Elder. My father left behind all the contents of the inheritance. I am familiar with all kinds of killer moves and GU recipes. But there is not a single immortal GU in it." First Supreme Elder's expression sank further. This situation was not common. Swan Bu Jin had rank 7 cultivation, Wn Liang Han was the same, but the former could instantly kill the latter, making the latter unable to resist. Normally speaking, it was rare for GU immortals of the same rank to have such a direct result. Normally speaking, life and death battles would fall into a stalemate. At this time, if one side wanted to leave and was not trapped in an immortal battlefield, the other side would not be able to stop them. The value of an immortal battlefield was here, it prevented enemies from escaping. The Wan family's 3 immortals used it to deal with Fang Yuan so that he couldn't escape. But to think that Fang Yuan did not even try to escape, he did not even use the immortal battlefield and directly killed Wn Liang Han, forcing the other 2 Wn clan GU immortals to flee. This result was truly ironic to the Wan clan. The Wan family's first Supreme Elder felt regret. If he had known this, he would have lent his immortal GU house to Wn Liang Han and the rest. However, the first Supreme Elder was also in a difficult position. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, not all righteous path leaders had rank 8 cultivation level. Precisely so, they needed the clan's immortal GU houses to defend their headquarters. What he didn't know was that his arrangement was actually reasonable and correct. If Fang Yuan saw this immortal GU house, he would definitely have methods to plunder it. The first Supreme Elder's arrangements actually reduced the Wan clan's losses. The first Supreme Elder sighed inwardly and said to Wn Zui Qing, Wn Liang Han's death was a mistake in our decision-making. Wn Liang Han would be bestowed posthumously by the clan, whatever GU materials he needed to refine his immortal GU, the clan's treasury would provide them for free. Now, I only hope that these immortal GU are already destroyed. Thank you, First Supreme Elder. Thank you, Elders. Wn Zui Qing quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the first Supreme Elder and the other Wn clan GU immortals. This was the main goal of his tearful complaints, and now, he had achieved it. He was the youngest, so kowtowing like this was not wrong. The first Supreme Elder continued to speak, his voice was eerie and cold. Swan Bu Jin is a member of Fang Clan, we are pressuring Fang Clan to hand over this person. After the previous battle, my Wn clan can confirm that Swan Bu Jin is Old Man Lai Shen's inheritor. This is a demonic path scoundrel. The blood debt of Old Man Lai Shen back then will be repaid by him. The eyes of many Wn clan GU immortals shined brightly. This was the only way. Back then, Old Man Lai Shen had already become the hidden pain of many Western Desert Righteous Path forces. By placing this crime on Fang Yuan, more Western Desert Righteous Path forces would have an excuse to deal with Fang Clan. Previously, this was only an excuse. Wn Clan wanted to capture Swan Bu Jin and make Fang Clan unable to defend themselves. But now, it was not possible, but Wn Clan's first Supreme Elder still decided to accept it. Lack of evidence. I will create my own evidence. Although it was shameless, the super forces wanted to deal with Fang Clan, they could make use of their fear of Fang Clan's rise. It was just that the success rate of this plan was not as high as the previous plan. Wan Clan's GU immortals died in battle, and it was widely announced. This could not be tolerated. Wan Clan had to brace themselves and continue acting. Second Supreme Elder heaved a deep sigh, the situation might not be so bad. Maybe Fang Clan has already decided to give up on Swan Bu Jin. Even if they give up, Fang Clan will not be able to escape the debt of harboring a demonic path GU immortal. However, on the second day, bad news reached Wan Clan. Fang Clan announced their stance, they would protect Fang Yuan and prove that Fang Yuan's true origin was related to Zheng Jingshan. Wan Clan immediately denied it and took out all kinds of evidence. Fang Di Chang did not even bother to deduce the flaws in these evidence, he directly threw out even more evidence. Laughable. You can fabricate evidence, can't I fabricate evidence? At once, the two forces of Western Desert's righteous path revolved around whether Swan Bu Jin was Zheng Jingshan's inheritor or Old Man Lai Shen's inheritor, arguing fiercely. One side said I have evidence. The other side said I am truthful and reliable. Just as one side threw out one piece of evidence, the other side did not show any weakness and threw out two. Fang Yuan, as the person involved, was in a political whirlpool, but he was continuously capturing immemorial soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert, leisurely and high-spirited. Of course, he was also paying attention to the development of the situation. Thinking about it, it was actually quite funny. Fang Yuan was not anxious at all, he did not take out any evidence, but Fang clan and WN clan were excited and proactive. They took out evidence, even if they did not have any, they had to fabricate evidence. The two superforces were fighting to be the first to testify for a demon. They were also very confident and spoke with certainty. If they knew Fang Yuan's true identity, who knew what would happen to them? Fang clan would definitely feel like they had fallen into an ice cave, but WAN clan would also be worried. This was the demon Fang Yuan. Even the Celestial Court and the whole of Southern Border's righteous path could not deal with him. Fang Yuan had not only subdued several immemorial soul beasts these days, he had also completely digested WN Liang Han's wisdom path inheritance. WN Liang Han was instantly killed by him. The difference in strength was too great, he could not destroy the immortal GU in time. Fang Yuan obtained 3 of his immortal GU, 2 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. The rank 7 wisdom path immortal GU was called Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU had the appearance of a snail, it was black and swarthy, occasionally flickering with a trace of purple light, it looked very stupid. Fang Yuan had already experienced the power of this immortal GU in battle. Just by activating Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU, it could instantly form an obstacle in a huge area around the GU immortal. It expended immortal essence and a large amount of will. There were also many killer moves that used Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU as the core. Among them, there was one killer move that was the most outstanding, even Fang Yuan was surprised. This killer move used the obstacle created by Wisdom Obstacle immortal GU to directly descend on the enemy's mind. With a huge obstacle, the thoughts in the enemy's mind would be severely obstructed, it would be difficult for them to think. Often, after this move succeeded, it would cause the enemy to become stupid, it would be like a huge rock was stuffed in their mind, they would not be able to think of anything. This move was very outstanding, but it needed to sense the enemy first, and probe into the enemy's mind. Thus, there were several other killer moves that specifically targeted the enemy's mind. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he had many methods to protect his mind. WN Liang Han's killer moves had little hope of overcoming these obstacles. Moreover, he was hit by Fang Yuan's distracting thoughts proliferation killer move, he lost the initiative, he could not use his killer moves, most of his abilities were crippled. Looking back at the battle, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. After the test of actual combat, the 2 killer moves he deduced were very effective. One was distracting thoughts proliferation killer move, it was a wisdom path killer move, but it also used the profundity of soul path. When the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan used the 4 immemorial soul beasts around him to conceal the killer move's aura. If his aura was exposed, it would be bad if the enemy sensed it. Because distracting thoughts proliferation killer move needed a certain amount of time to accumulate its power to a certain extent. There was also wisdom grab, it was a wisdom path killer move that Fang Yuan deduced by referring to Great Thief Ghost Hand and the Steel Life True Inheritance. Great Thief Ghost Hand stole immortal GU, while wisdom grab was used to steal lives and instantly kill the enemy. But this move was only rank 7, it was not very effective against rank 8 GU immortals, but it was perfect against WN Liang Han. In order to disguise himself as Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan even added some transformation path GU worms to the killer move Wisdom Grab to assist it. Fang Yuan had once used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Fang Gong during the battle for Divine Bin Palace, and had also subdued immemorial soul beasts with Fang Di Chang's cooperation. Thus, the methods that Fang Yuan exposed did not shock Fang Clan, but showed his value. At the same time, he cleverly showed his weakness. Fang Yuan clearly had methods to manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use them. In this way, the Fang clan felt that Swan Bu Jin was still under their control. Following that, it was only natural that he would try to protect and recruit them. This battle looked like an intense battle between Fang Yuan and WAN clan's 3 immortals. But the truth was that Fang Yuan could intensify the conflict between the two sides based on the current situation. He could influence Fang Clan and WN Clan, these two colossi, and manipulate the situation of Western Desert. Fang Yuan's true objective was behind the battle. If he carried out this plan, his future gains would be unimaginable. Mere wisdom block immortal GU and so on were just appetizers before the main course. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan no longer cared about the gains and losses of a city or a lake. He was aloof from everything. His body was in the middle of the battle, he could move freely in all directions. His heart was in the middle of the battle, he could look around. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Since ancient times, were those heroes who led the eras and controlled the world like this? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert was even darker at night. Dark clouds covered the sky, not even a trace of starlight shone through. Fang Yuan sat on the head of a sinister and terrifying immemorial soul beast. An army of soul beasts surrounded him. Chapter 1816. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Red Heaven. A large formation was buzzing. The variant human GU immortals with Bai Ningbing at the lead were ready to fight. Swoosh! There was the sound of a huge tide as an immemorial year beast charged out of the formation, shining in silver light. This is an immemorial year pig. Lady White Rabbit exclaimed in excitement. Very good, the year essence pool lacks this kind of year beast. Fairy Miao Yin said excitedly. There was nothing to say, the battle began. The immortals controlled myriad year flying warship as they attacked the immemorial year pig. The immemorial year pig had thick skin and flesh, but myriad year flying warship was also extremely tough. The two were evenly matched. The intense battle created winds and clouds, creating aftershocks. If it were an ordinary immortal aperture, the GU immortal would suffer huge losses. But Fang Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven was too vast. He had devoured the lifetime wealth of a large number of GU immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was only 17 to 18% developed. And Mini Red Heaven was purposely left empty by Fang Yuan to be used as a battlefield. There was no content for management. At present, the minor 5 regions were already thriving. 7 of the minor 9 skies had their own resources. The minor Scarlet Sky had nothing, followed by the minor Green Sky, which stored dream realms, and the minor Yellow Sky only had a small section of the Gold Fragment River. There was still a lot of empty land in the mini 5 regions. It could be foreseen that the mini 9 heavens would remain barren for a long time. Normally speaking, when a GU immortal advanced to rank 8 and obtained a grotto heaven, they would actively develop the sky, because there was no space left on the ground. But Fang Yuan's situation was special. He could not be judged by common sense. The battle between the rank 8 immortal GU house and the immemorial desolate beast lasted for several days. It finally ended with the latter's defeat and surrender. Fang Yuan's main body rampaged in Green Ghost Desert, while in his immortal aperture, his subordinates used myriad year flying warship to subdue immemorial year beasts. On one hand, Fang Yuan wanted these rank 7 GU immortals to familiarize themselves with myriad year flying warship and deepen their cooperation, so that they could participate in a battle between rank 8s in the future. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was using the immemorial year beast fishing formation to lure immemorial year beasts, attempting to form a 12 zodiac battle formation. The idea of the 12 zodiac battle formation had been in Fang Yuan's mind since his previous life. This was an ancient battle formation. He needed to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts and use them as the core to form a great formation. The 12 zodiac battle formation was good at attacking. After assembling, it could move freely. Normally, the 12 archaic year beasts were sealed like statues, not moving at all. They didn't need to be fed. During battle, they would unseal themselves, form battle formations, and attack the enemy. There were many advantages to this formation. One of them was that it could save a lot of money on feeding expenses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan saw this point and planned to use this method to relieve the pressure of immortal aperture management. In this life, Fang Yuan was very rich. Saving on feeding expenses was secondary. What Fang Yuan valued was the great power of this array. Only primordial year beasts were qualified to be the core of the 12 zodiac battle formation. If he used ancient or desolate grade year beasts, Fang Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. From this, it could be seen that the 12 zodiac battle formation was a method that could suppress ordinary rank 8 GU immortals. However, it seemed easy to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts, but it was actually very difficult. Not only did it depend on strength, it also depended on luck. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy to spend on this. His luck was also bad. He did not manage to gather a complete set of battle formations during the Central Continent GU Refinement War. There were many year beasts in the River of Time, but these year beasts were not evenly distributed. Instead, every once in a while, there would be a huge increase in the number of immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan did not have absolute confidence that he could gather them in this life. But the manpower, resources, time, energy, and luck that he invested in this was far more than in the previous life. This was the truth. Time passed by quickly. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. They secretly thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan, but they were afraid of harming him. Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate. Fang Clan and Wan Clan were debating endlessly. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but there were turbulent undercurrents in the dark. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to gather the whole of Northern Plains GU Immortal World, but there was not much progress. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had spent a lot of money to recruit Lang Ya sect. This move made Northern Plains GU Immortals realize Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Their resistance was greatly reduced. But in this life, Lang Ya blessed land had already been devoured by Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea was calm as usual. Occasionally, there were some small conflicts, but they did not amount to much. The most sensational matter was the Ascending Heaven Plane contest, but this matter had already been settled. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Celestial Court was licking its wounds after losing the battle of Lang Ya sect. Fairy Myrtle wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but she could do nothing about Fang Yuan's secluded cultivation. Even if he took action, he would disguise himself, making it hard for people to distinguish the real from the fake. The 5 regions GU Immortal World entered a temporary period of peace. Fang Yuan did not waste any time. He made full use of this rare period of peace to digest his gains and strengthen himself. Time Cutting Edge had been perfected again. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, after this period of hard work, had already reached the level of being able to use 5 different colored light chi. It was only a small distance away from mastering it. And the progress of his soul path cultivation was also very gratifying. Fang Yuan's soul had already surpassed 10 million man-soul, reaching 100 million man-soul. This was already the limit of a human. Before spectral soul demon Venerable appeared, in the long river of history, no matter how talented a person was, the peak of their soul was 100 million man-soul. There was no higher. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Humans had the strongest intelligence, but in terms of strength, sharpness of claws and fangs, they could not compare to many other living beings. However, cultivation itself was a process of breaking one's own limits. When GU masters used GU worms, they could have the strength to suppress fierce beasts, sharper claws and fangs than fierce beasts. They could naturally have a more robust soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to create this method of breaking through limits. Fang Yuan had inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. He had naturally grasped it. Beyond the level of human soul, the next level of cultivation was Desolate Soul. Although 100 million man soul was extremely condensed and could interfere with matter, it was still relatively weak. But at Desolate Soul level, there would be an earth-shattering breakthrough in battle strength. Just by relying on his soul, Fang Yuan could match most desolate beasts. In this aspect, the pinnacle was still Spectral Soul. In the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, he had relied on his own strength to resist the heavenly and human calamities. His demonic might and unparalleled divine abilities left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan. He could not help but yearn for it. But before I break through to Desolate Soul, I still have something to do. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan sent a portion of his soul into the long hair refinement path formation. When the grand formation was activated, it was like a raging inferno, and the light of the flames illuminated everything within a radius of 100 miles. He had already failed several times before. With experience, Fang Yuan's actions were familiar. Pay attention. Add the main immortal material next. Fang Yuan ordered. Land Spirit of Langya, who was assisting, immediately nodded and assisted Fang Yuan in controlling the formation. There was a hidden space inside the formation, forming secret rooms that were specially used to store immortal materials. At this moment, a secret room opened and the immortal material inside was instantly thrown in. This immortal material was called Joyful Spring Light. It was rank 8, although it was a light path immortal material, it was condensed like a flower. The flower bloomed, the pure white petals were dotted with dots of red, there were even patches of parrot green, it was lifelike and tender, exuding vitality. Once the joyful spring light entered the fire, it melted into a pure white light that poured onto Fang Yuan's split soul. The stream of light tightly wrapped around the soul. The fire continued to burn and roast the soul. The supplementary materials were thrown in one after another. At the same time, the immortal GU outside the formation were also being activated. The Hairy Man GU immortals were also doing their best to assist. They were either handling the immortal materials, using hand seals to influence the fire, or inspecting the dregs. This was a group GU refinement. The expenditure was much higher than individual GU refinement, but the difficulty of the GU refinement was also lower. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was alone, he naturally did not receive such treatment. In this life, after annexing Lang Ya sect, his refinement path strength had already surpassed Celestial Court. How many refinement path GU immortals had awakened in Celestial Court? Even among the refinement path great experts sleeping in the immortal graveyard, there were very few who had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. Of course, Celestial Court's treasury was extremely rich, this far surpassed Fang Yuan's. Even if Fang Yuan annexed the lifetime accumulation of these GU immortals, he could not compare to Celestial Court. After refining for a while and seeing that everything was going well, Fang Yuan's spirits rose as he shouted, "Next is Fake Pearl." Fake Pearl was not a pearl, it was a transformation path immortal material that could transform into any treasure. It was also at rank 8 level, it was the main material of this GU refinement like the previous Bright Dawn and Spring Light. Fake Pearl also quickly fused into the fire. Fang Yuan called out again, "Bai Ning Bing." Bai Ning Bing nodded, she was already standing in a formation core. At this moment, she lightly cut her arm, a stream of blood flew out of the wound. Once the blood entered the blazing fire, with a whoosh, the scarlet fire turned into a bewitching red color. Moreover, a dense blood energy spread in the surroundings. Sixth Hair immediately took action, quickly gathering the blood energy and removing it from the outside. If he did not do this, the blood energy would cause a severe disturbance to the GU refinement. The blood energy decreased as it burned, it soon shrunk to the size of a fist, it was shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, the other GU immortals also had solemn expressions. Next was another crucial step. Release the raging wave rising dragon fire, Fang Yuan ordered. The raging wave rising dragon fire had intelligence, once it flew out, it wanted to escape the formation. But how could it do that? The long hair refinement path formation blocked it, forcing it to collide with the blood energy. The two flames were clearly separated at first, but soon, they fused together, forming a large lump of chaotic fire that was colorful. The chaotic fire also decreased as it burned, it was so thick that it made people cry. The thick smoke descended, wrapping around the flame and forming a pitch-black ball of smoke. Looking from outside, one could see the bright flame at the center of the ball of smoke. Boom! The ball of smoke lasted for an hour before it suddenly exploded. Countless traces of smoke danced like dragons, air currents surged, it was like the roar of a dragon, piercing everyone's ears. A Dragonman GU master stood up from the smoke, taking large strides as he appeared. He had a strong body and a handsome face, his tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. He was covered in golden dragon scales, his dragon eyes were amber, and there was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. Seeing him, Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly, waving its hands, Success, we succeeded. Chapter 1817. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The soul path formation was already set up. The formation floated in the air, covering an area of about 3 miles. The dark light emitted by the formation was like a huge pancake, the edges were thick and the middle was thin. Inside the formation, cold winds blew and the temperature fell, but outside the formation, it was as usual. Fang Yuan scanned it several times with his divine sense and was satisfied. This formation is modified from a soul path killer move, it is more stable than a killer move, and the user can control it more exquisitely. This was a soul cultivation method recorded in the Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It could let the human soul break through its limits and reach the desolate soul level. Fang Yuan used his own formation path attainment as the foundation of this soul cultivation killer move to perfect improvement. After everything was prepared, Fang Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A desolate beast soul core was held in Fang Yuan's hand. When his soul came to the center of the formation, he crushed this soul core. The soul core had already been dealt with in advance, and now that it was affected by the formation, it became extremely fragile. Once the soul core was crushed, it turned into mist and floated out. The formation sped up, causing the mist to spread rapidly, completely shrouding Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul. In the next few hours, the mist gradually thinned until it dissipated. Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul still looked the same as his sovereign immortal body, it was condensed and lifelike. Fang Yuan's soul's feelings and experience were very different from before. This is a desolate soul. Fang Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly feel that although his appearance did not change much, there was a surge of power surging within him. This power was completely unimaginable in his previous state. 100 million man soul could only interfere with matter, it was very dangerous to be surrounded by ordinary beasts and suffer. But the desolate soul's battle strength was completely different from the 100 million man soul. Next is the actual combat test. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, eager to try. He was already prepared. A desolate beast was imprisoned not far away. Just as the desolate beast regained its freedom, it saw a blue-black soul the size of an adult flying towards it. With a loud roar, its ominous aura erupted. It opened its mouth and bit towards Fang Yuan's soul. At this critical moment, Fang Yuan's soul suddenly rose up, avoiding the desolate beast's bite and flying above its head. Fang Yuan's soul suddenly lifted its leg, and then its right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like wild beast was severely injured and sent flying by Fang Yuan's kick. Again, Fang Yuan's soul shot out and chased after him, waving his fists and legs. How could a desolate beast's intelligence compare to Fang Yuan's? In addition to its large physique, Fang Yuan dodged it nimbly, so it could only passively take a beating. Fang Yuan's punches landed on the beast's flesh, and after a while, the dire beast was howling in pain. Finally, it lost its will to fight and turned to flee. Fang Yuan did not chase after them. He would arrange for someone to deal with them later. A faint excitement lingered in Fang Yuan's soul. I really possess desolate beast battle strength. Together with my battle strength, ordinary desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to desolate soul, I am completely unable to fly, I can only rely on GU worms. The reason why Fang Yuan could fly in battle was because his soul contained all kinds of immortal GU and beads of immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly, while others could not. In Shadow Sect's True Inheritance, when a human soul breaks through to desolate soul, it was impossible to gain the ability to fly. Because humans were innately unable to fly. The souls of feathermen were different, they could fly, but feathermen were not pure humans. Even Spectral Soul, who had cultivated his soul to the extreme, could only stand on the ground during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he could not fly. The number of soul path Dao marks on my soul has increased explosively, it actually broke through the 10,000 mark. Previously, Fang Yuan's soul had very few soul path Dao marks, even though he had accumulated to 100 million man soul. This was because Fang Yuan used Danghun Mountain and Luo Po Valley, the two sacred lands of soul cultivation. Using other soul cultivation methods would increase the number of Tao marks on his soul, allowing him to accumulate the same level of foundation. The body was the carrier of Tao marks, the soul was also the same. Not only could soul path carry Tao marks on the soul, other paths could also do the same. For example, time path. Southern Borders rank 8 GU immortal Shia Cha had planted a defensive method on her soul. Her soul was covered in a web of time path Tao marks. This layer of defense had obstructed Fang Yuan's soul search a lot in his previous life. After breaking through the limit and becoming a desolate soul, Fang Yuan could continue his soul path cultivation. The following journey would be much vaster and longer than human soul cultivation. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul. Fang Yuan's desolate soul started to cultivate, the time path clone was deducing, while Fang Yuan's main body continued to research the Dragon Man clone. Even though this clone was created by himself, it still had research value. The Dragon Man clone's soul originally had the appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, it had 30 million man-soul foundation. But now, its appearance had changed greatly, it was identical to the Dragon Man body, it also had a dragon tail, dragon horns, dragon scales, and Dragon Man vertical pupils. Moreover, the soul path Tao marks on the soul had already been reduced to single digits, its human soul foundation was at most a few dozen man-soul. This was the result of Fang Yuan's refinement, it was also the level that Fang Yuan wanted to reach. The souls created by the split soul were all human souls. If it was paired with the Dragon Man body, it would only be a possession of a human soul, it would not be considered a complete Dragon Man. Fang Yuan created the Dragon Man clone in order to obtain the immortal GU House Dragon Palace. Be it transformation path killer moves or human soul possession, they were not as safe as such a complete clone. After a period of arduous GU refinement, Fang Yuan refined the Dragon Man body and the corresponding Dragon Man soul. Only like this could it be considered a complete clone. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone was only a half-finished product. The Pure Dream clone's body had no problems, but its soul was only Fang Yuan's human soul. Even though the Pure Dream clone was human to begin with, it was not compatible with Fang Yuan's split soul. It needed a long period of adjustment and some soul path methods to completely transform Fang Yuan's split soul into the appearance of the body, only then could it be considered a true match. In fact, when Fang Yuan first obtained the sovereign immortal body, his body and soul were also not compatible. Later, after a long period of cultivation, he used soul path methods to adjust them, finally reaching the current state of perfect compatibility. Dragonians were also mutants, so their physical bodies naturally had their own unique features. Rockmen had dense earth path Tao marks, snowmen specialized in ice and snow path, hairy men had refinement path Tao marks, mermen specialized in water path, while dragon men had innate enslavement path Tao marks. Dragon men had incredible talent in enslavement path, they were a natural king race, they could control other life forms more easily than other races. The influence of enslavement path Tao marks is not only external, it also has huge benefits for dragon men. According to Fang Yuan's deduction, with enslavement path Tao marks, the Dragon Man society was much tighter than other races. This tightness was not due to external factors, it was due to the Dragon Man's innate talent. According to Fang Yuan's viewpoint, the influence of enslavement path Tao marks was far more important than the Dragon Man's external influence. Dragon men would be united, they would not be like other races, especially humans, who had internal strife and friction. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in attrition tactics, the cost of cultivating it was very high, but if it reached a certain scale, it could fight against many, defeating stronger opponents. Some paths had outstanding battle strength, like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But fighting against many, defeating stronger opponents was something only a few paths had. For example, formation path. When Fang Yuan was a mortal, he had used enslavement path methods to participate in the imperial court contest. Not long ago, he had used formation path methods to capture the southern border immortals. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something, no wonder in my previous life, Dragon Palace was able to enslave Di Zongsheng. This immortal Gu house should be an enslavement path immortal Gu house. Regarding Dragon Palace in his previous life, Fang Yuan did not know about the inside story. Even now, he did not understand why Bai Ningbing suddenly became the Dragon Palace Lord. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragon Man clone is useless, I still have a living Bai Ningbing. The Dragon Man clone was only a rank 1 Gu master. The next step was to nurture him and help him ascend to an immortal. The path he would take was probably enslavement path. The pure dream clone's aperture had already been sealed by Fang Yuan with great difficulty. The clone's soul continued to cultivate and transform, trying to perfectly match the body. These two clones' souls might have some soul path cultivation, but they would not have the amount of the main body's soul, they would only have some superficial knowledge. Because different Dao marks would repel and interfere with each other. After cultivating for a while more, I can attack. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with eerie fire. Celestial Court side was still under Fairy Myrtle's control. Central Great Hall. A piece of news made her frown disappear. That's right, old ancestor Shuai who has accepted Princess Impatience's suggestion, he is accepting our funding. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, it showed great determination, thus lone immortals and demonic path were in great conflict. Fairy Myrtle thus made a bold plan and arranged for Princess Impatience to return to Northern Plains to persuade old ancestor Shuai. Old ancestor Shuai who was unwilling and had a firm attitude, but under his wife's persuasion, he reluctantly nodded and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. Even though the cooperation is limited now, who knows in the future? Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Looking at the situation of the world. Northern Plains made important progress, Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate, and Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes. Central Continent was fine, Eastern Sea's several forces divided ascending Heaven Plain. But in the dark, Celestial Court was trying to find immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. As for Southern Border, Fairy Myrtle's smile faded. Southern Border's situation was not optimistic. Southern Border's righteous path accepted Fang Yuan's extortion, Fairy Myrtle could not stop it. At the same time, the Southern Alliance was established, the Alliance leader position was vacant, but Tai Clan's beacon towers were already being set up everywhere. These two situations were bad news for Celestial Court. There is also Fang Yuan, he captured so many Southern Border Gu immortals and extorted a vast amount of immortal materials. He also has the entire refinement path Gu immortals of Lang Ya sect as his subordinates. Fairy Myrtle was very concerned about Fang Yuan's situation. But this demon, Fang Yuan, was in hiding, she could not find him. Fairy Myrtle felt even greater pressure. She would rather see Fang Yuan jump around and do whatever he wanted. Right now, she could not even hear a trace of information about Fang Yuan's current situation. What is Fang Yuan doing? How much has his strength improved? When and where will he appear again? This final question did not bother Fairy Myrtle for long. About half a month later, she received a battle report. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in the River of Time and fought with the 4 Xuanzi. Chapter 1818. Immortal Gu House Myriad Year Flying Warship was moving in the River of Time. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He wore a green robe, his black hair was like a waterfall, his handsome face had a pair of deep and dark pupils, he looked at the endless waves around him with a cold expression. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside the immortal Gu House, looking at the rank 7 aura circulating around Fang Yuan's body as he put on an act. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while others realized, no wonder Fang Yuan could move unhindered until now. If they had rank 8 cultivation level, they would have dominated an area long ago. But he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, not letting go of any chance to deceive the enemy. Some sighed, both sides had not even come into contact, but Fang Yuan had already started to mislead the enemy. This was a battle of intelligence and strategy. This battle had already started the moment Myriad Year Flying Warship appeared in the River of Time. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he could not expose his rank 8 cultivation level, he would not expose it. Because once it was exposed, The secret of the sovereign immortal body would not be able to be concealed. In the previous life, this secret was exposed, but in this life, this secret seemed to have not been discovered yet. As for the secret of rebirth, it will probably be exposed after this battle. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. So what if it was exposed? Fang Yuan felt that this was the time to expose it. The significance of this battle was extremely huge. Although Fang Yuan had been vigilant and paid attention to the ink effect, he would not be careless when it was time to make a move. Advancing and retreating, attacking and defending at will, he had already grasped all of this. He was extremely shrewd and ruthless. A pavilion was situated in the river of time. The pavilion had openings on all sides. It had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be woven from yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were grey-white stones that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most luxurious decoration. It was the rank 7-time path immortal GU house present and past pavilion. Central Continent's 4-time path GU immortals were standing in present and past pavilion. They were the 4 Xuanzi. They discovered myriad-year flying warship the moment it appeared. The 4 Xuanzi immediately reported this information to Fairy Myrtle. They did not dare to delay. Fang Yuan has finally appeared. That's right. We 4 siblings have not waited here for so long in vain. He still has rank 7 cultivation level, but he has a rank 8 immortal GU house. What immortal GU house is this? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a time path immortal GU house. The 4 Xuanzi did not make the first move. In their opinion, the present and past pavilion was best at scouting in the river of time. At this moment, they were extremely far away from Fang Yuan. They could detect Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan couldn't detect them. They only had rank 7 cultivation level. It was only because they cultivated time path that they were chosen by the high and mighty celestial court to suppress this place. Moreover, the 4 Xuanzi were not celestial court GU immortals. Their next move would depend on Fairy Myrtle's arrangements and orders. Myriad-year flying warship carried Fang Yuan and drifted slowly at first. Fang Yuan looked around from the bow of the ship, seemingly searching for something. It seems that Fang Yuan is here to find Red Lotus true inheritance. He did not discover us after all. Has Lady Zi Wei not given any orders? Within present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi stared at Fang Yuan with deep concern. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was joyful at first before becoming suspicious. She was joyful because Fang Yuan had finally appeared. She was not afraid of him not appearing. She was afraid of him hiding and not knowing what he was up to. Honestly speaking, as long as Fang Yuan did not appear, Fairy Myrtle felt even more pressure. She did not know what Fang Yuan was up to. But now that Fang Yuan had appeared, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Good, come. I want to see how much you have grown. I will definitely make good use of this opportunity to kill you. Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with killing intent. As for that rank 8 immortal GU house, is that the source of your confidence? Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel slightly bewildered. This rank 8 immortal GU house appeared without any warning. According to common sense, even super forces could not conceal the construction of an immortal GU house. Many traces would be exposed. Because there were simply too many things to prepare. During the construction of an immortal GU house, the commotion would not be small and would be discovered by others. Fang Yuan was not an exception. But the process of his accumulation was in the previous life. Fairy Myrtle could not discover it. How did Fang Yuan suddenly obtain a time path immortal GU house, and it is rank 8? What abilities and methods does this boat-shaped immortal GU house have? Thoughts collided in Fairy Myrtle's mind as purple chi spread rapidly in Central Great Hall. She quickly deduced and made her decision. She estimated that even if this time path immortal GU house was rank 8, its strength would be limited. Because it appeared too suddenly, there were no records of this boat in history. It was likely that Fang Yuan used the immortal GU to test it out in a hurry. Moreover, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, the Celestial Court needed to probe it and stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Fairy Myrtle quickly ordered Qingyi to move Eternal Yacht to present and past pavilion. A detailed and clear topographic map immediately appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with Present and Past Pavilion, we will have them attack Fang Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Myrtle's gaze was sharp as a blade. Earlier, Present and Past Pavilion was monitoring the river while Eternal Yacht was moving around, searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Now, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Myrtle's orders. In the River of Time, the four Xuanzi also received Fairy Myrtle's orders. They are going to attack. According to Fang Yuan's speed and direction, he will leave Present and Past Pavilion's range soon. We will attack first and restrain Fang Yuan, luring him here. Then, Eternal Yacht will attack him from behind. Attack! The four Xuanzi quickly controlled Present and Past Pavilion, causing huge waves in the River of Time. The waves were like a huge army crashing towards Myriad Year Flying Warship. They finally attacked. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, a variant human GU Immortal shouted in excitement. Fang Yuan purposely appeared near Present and Past Pavilion to lure the latter into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so bad, he clearly does not want to expose the fact that he has already discovered Present and Past Pavilion. He is pretending to be ignorant. The other party has been deceived. Lady White Rabbit's long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes shined with a bright light. She had learned another sinister move. Fang Yuan gasped. He frowned as he sensed the change in the river. The four Xuanzi could clearly see the minute changes in his expression. Fang Yuan found something amiss. He is controlling that rank 8 immortal GU house to charge towards us. Don't worry, we are far away from him. So fast. The speed displayed by Myriad Year Flying Warship shocked the four Xuanzi. A moment ago, they were still calm and composed, but now, their expressions changed as their bodies and minds shook. In the waves, Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a swordfish. It pierced through the waves and charged towards Present and Past Pavilion with incredible speed. Increase the strength. The eldest of the four Xuanzi, Shong Xuanzi, shouted. Present and Past Pavilion let out a dazzling light. The waves created were tens of feet tall. Like a tsunami, they submerged Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom! 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 Myriad Year Flying Warship was covered in a layer of silver light. It crashed through the waves again and again. Its speed became even faster. It was like a peerless sword stabbing towards them. The four Xuanzi were pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. Fang Yuan was too fast and ferocious. They felt uneasy. Zhong Xuanzi quickly shouted, "Quick, use that move." Present and Past Pavilion's light shone even brighter. It was like a grand pillar of light that soared into the sky. Under Present and Past Pavilion's influence, the water around Myriad Year Flying Warship underwent a strange change, turning into a huge whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool's water flow was rapid. It barely trapped Myriad Year Flying Warship. The four Xuanzi let out a sigh of relief. We finally trapped it. This immortal GU house's speed is astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, it has already traversed more than half the distance. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's test it out and see what kind of power it has. The whirlpool's water flow became even more rapid. The waves changed into sawtooth shapes. Countless saw teeth surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship, gnawing and grinding at its body. Myriad Year Flying Warship was stuck in the center of the whirlpool. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. Zunguozi revealed a shocked expression. Such a tough immortal GU house, even the sawtooth whirlpool cannot break its protective light. Xia Xuanzi patted Zunguozi's shoulder and consoled. Don't worry, it has only been less than 10 breaths of time. If we continue to grind and gnaw at it, it will collapse. Although he said that, the four Xuanzi were astonished. They knew the power of the Sawtooth Whirlpool killer move. This was Present and Past Pavilion's strongest offensive method. Ordinary GU immortals would be sliced into pieces in the blink of an eye. None of the four Xuanzi could last for 3 breaths of time. Even Present and Past Pavilion itself would become unstable after entering it. A large number of GU worms would die. But looking at it now, Myriad Year Flying Warship was completely unscathed. It was even somewhat peaceful. The four Xuanzi felt a chill in their hearts. It is a rank 8 immortal GU house after all. Where is Eternal Yacht now? Oh no, the situation is bad. Zunguozi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked over, only to see that the water flow around Myriad-Year Flying Warship was changing rapidly, from the sawtooth whirlpool to a silver-white torrent. The torrent moved around Myriad-Year Flying Warship. In just a few breaths of time, the torrent had expanded by more than 10 times. Present and past pavilion has methods to manipulate the river. How can our Myriad-Year Flying Warship not have them? The variant human GU immortals in the room laughed heartily. Charge! Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Boom! Like a gushing waterfall or a torrent, the torrent around Myriad-Year Flying Warship surged and surged forward. Myriad-Year Flying Warship easily broke through the damaged sawtooth whirlpool under the pressure of the torrent, charging towards the 4 Xuanzi with a fierce momentum. Chapter 18-19. It is charging over. Quickly block it. Increase present and past pavilion's power to the maximum. The 4 Xuanzi's minds were in chaos. Present and past pavilion buzzed as the screens in the pavilion emitted thick smoke. The pavilion shot out a pillar of light that was almost solid. Myriad-Year Flying Warship approached present and past pavilion. Crash into it. Fang Yuan sneered, standing proudly at the bow of the ship. But in an instant, present and past pavilion resisted with all its might. Myriad-Year Flying Warship's momentum became extremely slow. Killer move, deceleration? Break it. Fang Yuan was familiar with this move. He ordered as Myriad-Year Flying Warship's silver light suddenly condensed. Swoosh. With a soft sound, present and past pavilion's killer move was broken. Myriad-Year Flying Warship regained its original speed and crashed into present and past pavilion with a loud sound. Present and past pavilion was not specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had personally destroyed it in the past. Now that it encountered the stronger and faster Myriad-Year Flying Warship, it immediately collapsed. The pavilion's cover was blown away, the pavilion's pillars were broken, the screens were broken, and the pavilion's foundation was destroyed. The 4 Xuanzi coughed out large amounts of blood. Plop plop plop, they fell into the river of time. Without present and past pavilion's protection, the 4 Xuanzi completely lost the ability to retaliate against Fang Yuan. In a short while, Fang Yuan killed them all. They still had rank 7 cultivation level. Like Liu Hao, they did not join the Celestial Court and kept their immortal apertures. But their immortal GU were already destroyed by them. Fang Yuan had just retrieved their corpses and the scattered immortal GU when Eternal Yacht arrived. Rank 8 GU immortal Qing Yi was standing on Eternal Yacht. He saw the 4 Xuanzi corpses on the deck of Myriad-Year Flying Warship and his expression changed. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will make you pay with your blood. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled lightly. Another one is here to die. Myriad-Year Flying Warship did not say anything. Silver light shrouded it as currents surged under it, attacking Eternal Yacht. Its ferocious charge immediately caused a commotion among the GU immortals in Eternal Yacht. Veins were popping on Qing Yi's forehead. He hesitated for a moment before giving a wise order. We will hide for now, don't fight this rank 8 immortal GU house head-on. Although the 4 Xuanzi had died in battle, the battle report had been sent out in time. Fairy Myrtle and Qing Yi had learned a lot about Myriad-Year Flying Warship. However, how could it be that easy for Heng Ju to escape? Myriad-Year Flying Warship's speed soared. It actually broke through its previous limit and became faster and faster. This immortal GU house, even though it was called a flying carriage, it was in the shape of a boat. Right now, it was like a silver meteor, flying close to the river of time. The Eternal Ark was in the shape of a ship, and it was much bigger than the Myriad-Year Flying Warship. Even if they wanted to avoid it, their speed wasn't fast, so how could they avoid it? Boom! With a loud bang, the Eternal Yacht trembled twice, and a large hole appeared in the front of the hull. Fang Yuan's Myriad-Year Flying Warship actually smashed through the Eternal Ark. How is this possible? Just now, the Eternal Yacht had already activated its strongest defensive method, but it could not even block one attack from Fang Yuan. The truth was so shocking that Qing Yi's eyes were popping out of their sockets. Lord, that scoundrel Fang Yuan is charging over again. The GU immortals inside the Eternal Yacht shouted in shock. The moment they said that, with a loud bang, Myriad-Year Flying Warship smashed through the Eternal Yacht. The Eternal Yacht shook intensely. Qingyi staggered and could not stand stably. His fighting spirit was on the verge of collapsing. How could he fight like this? The GU worms inside the Eternal Yacht had suffered huge losses. It would scatter after a few more collisions. Many GU immortals had pale expressions and cold sweat. Fortunately, at this time, they heard Qingyi's order, retreat. The Eternal Yacht turned around and retreated resolutely. You think you can escape? Fang Yuan sneered. Boom boom boom. Myriad-year flying warship pierced through the Eternal Yacht again and again. The Eternal Yacht used killer moves to resist, but Fang Yuan had already dealt with it. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as the Celestial Court did not have any huge changes, Fang Yuan would definitely be the final winner. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. Thus, when Eternal Yacht was destroyed and Qingyi fell into the River of Time, no one on Fang Yuan's side was surprised. Kill him. Without needing Fang Yuan's order, the other GU immortals inside the warship shouted at the same time. Killing intent surged. Myriad-year flying warship dove into the river and crashed towards Qingyi like a vicious shark. Qingyi used all his strength to use defensive methods. But in the River of Time, as a Dark Path GU immortal, he was suppressed to an extreme level. Boom! The myriad-year flying warship directly smashed his black shield and sent him flying. Qingyi coughed out large amounts of blood. He endured the intense pain and tried to rush out of the river. Seeing that the river was in sight, he was shocked to find that myriad-year flying warship had been waiting for a long time. Boom! With another loud sound, the bottom of myriad-year flying warship directly smashed into Qingyi's head. A large part of Qingyi's head caved in from the impact. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The huge force transmitted through his whole body, his spine, sternum and so on were all broken. Gurgle gurgle. Large amounts of the water of the River of Time flowed into his mouth. The huge impact force slapped him into the depths of the river like a rubber ball. He's still not dead. Bing Yuan was speechless at Qingyi's strong vitality. Then let's do it again. The Rockman First Supreme Elder's eyes were bloodshot. He was already in high spirits. Taking advantage of his weakness, myriad-year flying warship was like a killer as it launched a fatal pursuit. Boom! The third time, Qingyi was heavily injured again. From his right shoulder down, more than half of his chest had been smashed into a pile of rotten flesh, and all of his internal organs had been crushed. Qingyi stared with wide eyes at myriad-year flying warship. He still wanted to struggle, but he had no strength left. Eventually, he became a floating corpse, losing his life. He's dead. He's really dead. This is a rank 8 GU immortal. We really killed him. The variant human GU immortals were overjoyed, even by Ning Bing, He Lulan and the rest were moved. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were also very excited. Killing a rank 8 GU immortal, such an achievement was too rare. Even though they had borrowed a lot of external strength, just this achievement itself was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Fang Yuan fished out Qingyi's corpse, but unfortunately, his soul had already dissipated. This Qingyi is a ruthless person. He actually destroyed his own soul at the crucial moment. But this body is also a top-grade immortal material. I can research Phantom Path. Celestial Court possessed the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Precisely because of this, members of Celestial Court could obtain phantom apertures after contributing their immortal apertures. They could leave Celestial Court and fight outside. Once Celestial Court GU immortals died, the phantom aperture would dissipate on its own. All the GU worms inside would remain, even most of the Dao marks would vanish. All in all, when fighting against Celestial Court GU immortals, even if they won, there would be few benefits. But after Lang Ya Blessed Land was annexed, the land spirit of Langya told Fang Yuan that the corpses of Celestial Court GU immortals had other profundities. They contained the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. If Fang Yuan could comprehend some Phantom Path profundities from these corpses, he might be able to unravel Celestial Court's Phantom Path. He might even be able to get hold of Celestial Court's weakness. Even if he could not do anything to Celestial Court, with this Phantom Path method, Fang Yuan could use it on himself. With the Phantom Aperture method, Fang Yuan would be able to control Ying Wuxia and the rest even more harshly. This was a great weapon to ensure their loyalty. Myriad-year flying warship continued to clean up the battlefield. The GU Immortals on Fang Yuan's side were very excited. Their long years of training had finally paid off. In this attack, they destroyed 2 immortal GU houses. They even lost over 10 GU Immortals. Present and Past Pavilion had the 4 Xuanzi, while Eternal Yacht had even more GU Immortals. Immortal GU houses originated from immortal formations. They normally needed many GU Immortals to control them together. They could be more flexible and comprehensive. Some immortal GU houses had very strict requirements for the number of GU Immortals inside. They could not have one more or one less. Very few immortal GU houses only needed one person to control them. None of these GU Immortals escaped with their lives. Their corpses were placed at the side and their souls were suppressed. The battle ended, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He was patrolling on the river surface, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court. Lady White Rabbit, Bing Yuan, Shizong, and the other GU Immortals discussed. They were still very excited. They talked about the rank 8 GU Immortal Qingyi the most. Speaking of which, Qingyi was quite unlucky. Once Eternal Yacht was destroyed, he was greatly suppressed in the River of Time. It would be good if he could use 20 to 30% of his original strength. This place was filled with time path Dao marks. It was the densest in the world. Precisely so, time path methods were very useful. Their power was amplified. As for other methods like Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and others, they were all greatly suppressed. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had a pale expression. She was in a daze. She had obtained the latest battle report. Fang Yuan used the rank 8 immortal GU house to destroy Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht. Even Qingyi died. Fairy Myrtle found it hard to believe. She had been planning earlier. She wanted to control Fang Yuan remotely. Even if she could not kill him now, she wanted to chase him away. Then, the 2 great combat powers that she had placed so much importance on actually collapsed and fell apart. The speed of this defeat is too fast. This does not make sense. Even though Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht were only rank 7, they were outstanding, their structures were exquisite, and they had abundant and comprehensive methods. If not for this, Fairy Myrtle would not have mobilized these 2 immortal GU houses to attack Fang Yuan. What was the problem? Looking at the battle report, Fang Yuan's mysterious time path immortal GU house might be rank 8, but its methods are limited. Other than using the water of the River of Time to accelerate itself, its strongest aspect is its toughness. Myriad-year flying warship's fighting method could only be described in one word, that was to collide. If it was described in one word, head-on collision. If it was described in one word, accelerated collision. Evidently, this battle tactic was very simple and simple. But why did it succeed? That was because during the battle, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht's methods, especially their defensive measures, were instantly broken by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle jumped up from her seat. She could not sit still anymore. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. It seems that Fang Yuan has really revived. He has a deep understanding of Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht. He made the most effective countermeasures and researched killer moves to counter them. Thus, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht are extremely weak. They have no way to retaliate. Just like Fang Yuan expected, Fairy Myrtle had serious doubts. After this battle, she was certain that Fang Yuan had revived. What do we do? Fang Yuan has a rank 8 immortal GU house now. He can move freely in the River of Time. Our 3 immortal GU houses are still being constructed. Should we stop it? He has revived. He is likely very familiar with these 3 immortal GU houses. If we stop it and change to another immortal GU house, will it be too late? The reason why Fang Yuan entered the River of Time is definitely to search for Red Lotus true inheritance. If he succeeds, it would be terrible. The consequences would be far worse than losing Lang Ya Blessed Land. Chapter 1820. Following the tributary of the River of Time, Fang Yuan and the rest returned to southern border. Even though the immortals were in good condition and had high morale, they still needed to rest and recuperate after the battle. Our gains from this battle are quite good. Fang Yuan inspected the corpses that he had salvaged. Other than rank 8 GU immortal Qing Yi, these Central Continent rank 7 GU immortals were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects. They did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court, so they did not contribute their immortal apertures. Most of the GU worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still intact. There were also 1 or 2 immortal GU that were luckily preserved after the 2 immortal GU houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan was prepared to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any problems. If there were no problems, he would devour them. Of course, there were some GU immortals like Fang Yuan who could not devour apertures because his path attainment level was not high enough. In fact, there were some such people among the southern border captives. The loot is just a bonus. The true meaning of this battle is that I finally got rid of the passive situation. This is the first time I have the initiative in this battle against Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had used the perfect timing in this battle. If he fought earlier, he would not have the immortal GU House Myriad Year flying warship, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. This was not good. Because once his rank 8 cultivation level was exposed, Celestial Court would find out that Fang Yuan had not undergone tribulation. The secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If the battle was delayed, Celestial Court would not just have these 2 immortal GU houses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had encountered 4-time path immortal GU houses. After destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Celestial Court fell into an extremely passive situation. Celestial Court was afraid that Fang Yuan would obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. They would definitely send more troops in the River of Time to stop Fang Yuan. However, after Lord Huang Shi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path rank 8s, they could only use Qing Yi and Time Path Immortal GU houses as replacements. This way, Fang Yuan had another chance to break through. Just like how Fang Yuan destroyed the Eternal Ship and the Present and Past Pavilion. However, even if the Celestial Court knew this, they still needed to investigate as soon as possible and try their best to stop it, even if they had to pay a great price. In my previous life, the Celestial Court defended the River of Time impenetrably. But in this life, the River of Time has become a place that the Celestial Court must save. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken the Celestial Court and allow the Celestial Court to continue bleeding. Fang Yuan was almost certain of the Celestial Court's reaction. Just like how the Celestial Court had the strategic advantage of Fate GU, forcing the 4 regions GU Immortals to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan relied on the pretense of being a true disciple of Red Lotus to force the Celestial Court to send more troops to the River of Time. But this way, the secret of my rebirth should not be able to be kept. During the Battle of Lang Wei Domain, Fairy Myrtle already had serious suspicions. During this period of time, Fang Yuan captured the southern border pursuers and went on a killing spree in the River of Time. If Fairy Myrtle still could not confirm that Fang Yuan had reborn, she would not be Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan would not underestimate Fairy Myrtle, he understood her very well. Often, those who understood you were not your friends, but your enemies. Sure enough, a few days later, Fairy Myrtle announced in jewel yellow skies that Fang Yuan had been reborn and had obtained a rank 8-time path immortal GU house. Once the news spread, it quickly spread everywhere. Fang Yuan's influence rose to another level. The world was in an uproar. How long has it been? Fang Yuan has already become a demonic path overlord. He is a pillar of the world. Earlier, Fang Yuan had that reverse flow river killer move that could reflect the attacks of rank 8 GU immortals. He was undefeatable. Now, he has a rank 8 immortal GU house. Isn't this too fast? The immortal GU house seems to have come out of the ground. Since he has been reborn, the immortal GU house is not too sudden. Don't forget, he annexed Lang Wei Blessed Land, he has a deep foundation here. The discussion naturally spread to the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court seems to be very weak. They have never had any effective methods against Fang Yuan. The Great Celestial Court can only lose again and then announce Fang Yuan's information afterwards. It is not that the Celestial Court is weak, but they have no way to deal with Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, demonic path GU immortals, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be as high profile as Fang Yuan. That's right. Demonic path GU immortals are always alone. If they offend the righteous path, many forces will work together and use information path to gather information, while using wisdom path to deduce their location, and then work together to pursue them. Just like how the southern border immortals chased after him earlier. But what about Fang Yuan? He can actually defend against the celestial court's deductions in wisdom path. He also has fixed immortal travel moving around. It is hard to capture him. His formation path strength is also very powerful. He will definitely be able to see through the ambush and even make use of the time path formation to capture the southern border pursuing team. He even annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. His refinement path attainment level is at least Great Grandmaster. The GU immortals discussed deeply. They were shocked to find that Fang Yuan was so talented. He cultivated many paths. His talent was shocking and shocking. I finally understand. He is a monster. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Most GU immortals, even rank 8, cultivated only one path. Who could be like Fang Yuan, who could take care of so many paths? If they took care of so many paths, their energy, resources, and time would be scattered, and GU immortals would often achieve nothing. Actually, Fang Yuan had wanted to cultivate only one path before, but he had no choice. Before this, he had been fighting alone, under the pressure of external enemies. How could he not cultivate wisdom path? How could his battle strength increase if he did not cultivate soul path? How could he capture the southern border immortals without formation path? You can't say that, no matter how bad Fang Yuan's talent is, as long as he has spring-autumn cicada, he can revive again and again. He can use the same amount of time to accumulate different things. That's right, with spring-autumn cicada, even if he fails again, he can have countless chances to start over. The experience of failure can also be accumulated. Even a stupid pig can naturally succeed after failing many times, right? Spring-autumn cicada. As expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital GU, it is truly amazing. On the mystical GU list, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking should be raised again. Its current ranking is still too low for such a mystical GU. Because of Fang Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking has indeed been raised again, but I feel that everyone should not overestimate Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is only a GU worm after all. There are many methods to restrain it. The reason why Fang Yuan is so powerful is largely because he is an otherworldly demon. Indeed. The combination of the otherworldly demon and spring-autumn cicada is truly too perfect. However, other than otherworldly demons, it is very difficult for other people to use spring-autumn cicada to have a huge change in their lives. Fang Yuan saw this and after careful consideration, he decisively spread the video of the battle in the River of Time to jewel yellow skies. He even said, "Celestial Court, my counterattack has just begun. After I obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance from the River of Time, I will thoroughly destroy your Fate GU. In the previous life, you succeeded in repairing Fate GU, that was because your foundation was deep and beyond my expectations. But there are too few knowledgeable GU immortals in the 4 regions, many rank 8 experts are still being secretly restrained by you. There are also many GU immortals who are still naive and do not know the fatal threat of Fate GU. All of you, just you wait." Once these words were said, the GU immortal world of the 5 regions fell into silence. Next, even more terrifying public opinion erupted like a volcano, flooding down like a torrent. Oh heavens, Fang Yuan is directly provoking the Celestial Court. How many years has it been since something like this happened? How many years is it? Throughout history, there have not been many like this. Very few people do this, and even fewer people can truly pose a threat to the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan might only have rank 7 cultivation level now, but he can already match rank 8. He annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. He has a large number of variant human GU immortals and even a rank 8 time path immortal GU house. What is even more terrifying is that he seems to have the exact information of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If he really obtains the Demon Venerable's True Inheritance, terrifying. If this continues, Fang Yuan will become the new Demon Venerable. Sigh, the people of heaven are so innocent. Is another demon Venerable going to appear and bring disaster to the world? We cannot easily become enemies with Fang Yuan. Take a good look at this video. The killer moves of the two immortal Jiyu houses of the Celestial Court were all broken by Fang Yuan. Clearly, Fang Yuan had experienced it in his previous life and found a way to break it in this life. The cooperation of Spring-Autumn Cicada and an otherworldly demon is simply too shameless. The Jiyu immortal world discussed intensely, gradually forming a kind of panic. A kind of fear towards Fang Yuan. In the past, Jiyu immortals felt more wariness, hatred, and jealousy towards the existence of Fang Yuan. But now, fear was gradually taking over. Jiyu immortals knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with, but the current Fang Yuan was also not to be trifled with. Even a colossal force like the Celestial Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, had its dignity trampled on by Fang Yuan time and time again. Even now, they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Southern border, Wu clan. Wu Yong had a dark gaze. Fang Yuan. Celestial Court, Kai clan. Kai Chu Yu's expression was ashen. He finally realized a possibility. The traitor has not been found, maybe. This is a secret that was exposed in my previous life. If I had made a deal with Fang Yuan in my previous life, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Kai Chu Yu was stunned. Western Desert, Tang Clan. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder were talking in secret. This demon Fang Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, the Celestial Court will definitely exterminate our clan. We are already cooperating with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is very powerful now. This relationship cannot be stopped. We need to be even more careful from now on. If he really becomes a demon Venerable in the future, it will be a great opportunity for our Tang clan to develop. Shi clan. In the secret room, the first Supreme Elder smiled. Interesting. The Celestial Court wants the whole world to attack Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan is also spreading the threat and weakness of the Celestial Court. He wants the Jiyu immortals of the 4 regions to attack the Celestial Court. Chapter 1821. Celestial Court, Immortal Graveyard. An indescribable change occurred. A lump of firelight was faint at first, but after a while, the firelight expanded and spread, dyeing the sky of the immortal graveyard red. The firelight illuminated the world. It immediately attracted the attention of Fairy Myrtle and the other members of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle immediately rushed to the entrance of the immortal graveyard. She found that there were specks of silver-white light in the midst of the firelight. It was like countless diamonds were decorating the red curtain. The firelight dissipated. An old Jiyu immortal wearing a crimson robe walked out from the depths of the immortal graveyard with large strides. The diamonds of light gathered. An old man sitting in a wooden wheelchair walked out from the warm light. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she knew the identities of these 2 old Jiyu immortals. The old man in the crimson robe was Li Huang, a fire path great expert. The old man in the wooden chair was Jiyu Liu Ru, a time path great expert. Junior Zi Wei greets seniors. Fairy Myrtle greeted. Jiyu Liu Ru nodded, not speaking. He was pale and sickly, his body was thin, he had experienced many hardships in his life, his lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed, he had a cold personality. Li Huang spoke. We did not wake up from our slumber for no reason, it is definitely because the Celestial Court needs our strength. I wonder what the current situation is. Fairy Myrtle said in embarrassment. She immediately told the 2 clearly about the current situation. Fang Yuan. To think that such a demon would appear in this world. An unprecedented great era has descended, there will always be some chaos. However, the demonic Tao was running amok, wasn't it a little too savage? In the end, it is still the seed planted by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Li Huang snorted coldly, his face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Jiyu Liu Ru's expression was as cold as ice, his tone calm. Fortunately, the overall situation is still in my hands. As long as Fate Jiyu is completely restored in a few years, the Celestial Court will still be in an invincible position, no matter how strong that Fang Yuan is. He will not be able to cause too much of a ripple. Next, he said to Fairy Myrtle, "You are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you should lead the celestial court. What do you want us two old men to do next? Just say it. There's no need to hold back." Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. "Seniors, you have just woken up, of course you need to rest and prepare your immortal Gu to recover your battle strength. Now that the River of Time has lost control, I, Fangjing, am prepared to build a Time Path immortal Gu house regardless of the cost." He also had to set up the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation in the River of Time. "Seniors, it would be best if you could oversee the River of Time." Jiu Liu Ryu and Li Huang glanced at each other. The former nodded slightly, while the latter laughed. "So be it. Let me deal with this little demon Venerable." In terms of battle strength, Li Huang was naturally stronger than Jiu Liu Ryu, but Fairy Myrtle was more happy about Jiu Liu Ryu's appearance. This Time Path great expert woke up in time and filled the gap in Time Path in the Celestial Court, resolving Fairy Myrtle's urgent problem. But does Fang Yuan know that these two have woken up after rebirth? Fairy Myrtle thought of Fang Yuan and frowned. Fang Yuan could be reborn. It was very troublesome to fight against such an enemy. It made people doubt their own decisions. Fairy Myrtle did not know. In the previous life, only Li Huang had woken up at the same time. And Jiu Liu Ryu had woken up at the final moment, when Longevity Heaven attacked the Celestial Court. At that time, Jiu Liu Ryu and He Fan fought intensely. They were evenly matched, but he was killed by Liu Liu's sneak attack. Fang Yuan attacked prematurely, defeating Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion. He even killed Qing Yi, causing the ink effect, causing Jiu Liu Ryu to wake up prematurely. This rank 8 Time Path great expert, in an environment like the River of Time, would definitely be a huge obstacle to Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's divine sense enveloped this swamp. There was extremely fertile and high-quality silt here. Above the silt was a layer of clear river water that was knee-deep. This was the resource point that Fang Yuan had just created, Misty Flower Extreme Swamp. Extreme Swamp was vast and boundless. Every few li, there would be a desolate plant extreme swamp flower bud that was as big as a house. When the extreme swamp flower bloomed, its petals were connected and shaped like a trumpet. They were mostly white, with a few having traces of pink. And from the center of the extreme swamp flower, traces of white mist would gradually spread out. This extreme swamp mist was Regret Goose food. The troublesome aspect of Regret Goose feeding was that the ingredients were hard to store. Extreme swamp flower mist needed to be fresh, so the best method was to create a corresponding resource point in the immortal aperture. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had created this Misty Flower Extreme Swamp, but that was only after he obtained Regret Gu. But in this life, because he had a lot of money, Fang Yuan had set it up in advance. Although he had not obtained Regret Gu yet, he had prepared ahead of time. Once Regret Gu was in his hands, he would not have to worry about feeding it. Even before he obtained Regret Gu, Fang Yuan had already solved the problem of feeding it. He was already self-sufficient with the immortal Gu he had. Not long ago, he had obtained rank 8 immortal Gu Jia Da from Ba Shi Ba, and Fang Yuan had also finished gathering them, creating a specialized sea area in Mini Eastern Sea. Furthermore, he brought in an entire group of water spider beasts, so that the rank 8 immortal Gu Jia Da had sufficient food. Naturally, these water spiders were obtained from Fang Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path. Even though Fang Yuan had already annexed most of the Southern Border captives' immortal apertures, and even searched through their souls, Southern Border's righteous path did not know this. They obediently endured Fang Yuan's extortion. Just like how Celestial Court did not know that the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for Fang Yuan did not have a way to destroy Fate Gu. But Celestial Court was afraid that the situation would turn bad. They did their best to recover from their disadvantage in the River of Time. There was a saying on Earth in the art of war: the best strategy is to attack the enemy, the second is to attack the enemy, the third is to attack the enemy, and the third is to attack the city. This was a wise saying. When people were young, they liked to fight and kill. But in fact, only after they matured would they gradually understand, Fighting was only a third-tier method to achieve one's goal and obtain benefits. Fighting with one's life was too risky, and the gains were not stable. Often, one would lose 800 of their own. Only when there was no other choice would they use this method. Fang Yuan's way of doing things was more inclined towards strategy. He was not a brute, he would only raise his butcher's knife when he needed to fight, he would not show any fear or weakness. Of course, the GU Master World was fundamentally different from Earth. Through cultivation, an individual's strength could surpass that of a group or organization. Thus, there was a person like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he only had one method: kill. Kill, 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 kill. Slaughter everything, destroy heaven and earth. Heads rolled, blood flowed like a river. He did not attack the enemy, nor did he attack the enemy, but he obtained supreme achievements. Why? Because he cultivated Tao. It was to fulfill his understanding of heaven and earth, and his understanding of himself. Every time he killed, he would gain a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. All of these helped to increase his soul path attainment level. And these advancements in realms were of great help to the improvement of his strength. If this was on earth, if you did this, you would be courting death. Fang Yuan had 500 years of his previous life. When he suddenly realized this, he was already over 100 years old. Ever since then, he had been thinking, what is my Tao? Or rather, what kind of path can I create? He had not obtained a perfect answer to this question until now. Over 400 years had passed. He had been reborn again and again, but he was still searching. He only had a vague direction. He tumbled around in the darkness. And in this darkness, there were too many difficulties and obstacles. There were restless evil beasts that wanted to devour him. Fang Yuan was clear: among these evil beasts, Celestial Court was the strongest one. He had to use all his strength to resist this evil beast, to escape its hunt and continue on his own path. Fang Yuan understood. He and Fairy Myrtle had exposed each other's information many times, hoping to borrow the strength of other GU immortals to deal with each other. In such a battle, there would be no victor. It was like a battle between a lion and a tiger. The smell of blood would attract countless hyenas. He seemed to have a great reputation, but the undercurrents behind the scenes were turbulent. Many people would think of ways to deal with him and Spring-Autumn Cicada. No one wanted to face such a threat. Spring-Autumn Cicada was not invincible, it was only a rank 7 GU, there were too many ways to deal with it. Even Lang Ya Blessed Land had many methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. In fact, the fact that Celestial Court could not find any effective methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada had always been a surprise to Fang Yuan. The so-called title of Little Demon Venerable seemed to be glorious, but it was actually a hidden killing intent. This was a reminder to the world that if Fang Yuan was not killed, he would grow into a demon venerable. No one would have a good time in the future. Fang Yuan had won in the River of Time and held the initiative. But he was clear in his heart, this was only a small victory, it could not match Celestial Court's grand strategy. It was like a game of Go, he had only won in a small corner. A small victory, although turning passivity into initiative, was worth celebrating. But on the entire chessboard, Celestial Court still held the upper hand. And this was the accumulation of Celestial Court over countless years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had already made his move 3 million years ago. Celestial Court's foundation, maybe the ink effect has appeared again, some powerful person has awakened from the immortal graveyard. Only by not resting for even a second and raising my strength with all my strength is the most important thing. Fang Yuan did not become numb and arrogant because of his victory, his joy was short-lived, he once again focused on his cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was racing against time. His soul cultivation was very smooth. Fang Yuan's soul went from 1 desolate soul to 3 desolate soul, 5 desolate soul, 8 desolate soul, and finally to 10 desolate soul. He had already familiarized himself with 5 restriction profound light qi. Fang Yuan even modified it. This modification was very small, but it was very suitable for his usage habits. It made Fang Yuan feel very comfortable every time he used it. Fang Yuan started to practice other killer moves, for example, Ba Ba's consecutive killer move. During this period, he went out frequently and used Jade Flow Pearl to attack in advance, often gaining a lot from the newly formed earth trenches. Chapter 1822. This earth vein immortal GU was shaped like an earthworm, but it was very heavy when held in the hand. It was not slippery or cold, instead it was warm. It was translucent, like a piece of brown amber. It was very exquisite. With this rank 7 Earth Path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could construct the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan's time path clone had already completed the modification of the 5 regional limit formation. The light of wisdom was as powerful as ever. Fang Yuan's formation path and rule path foundation was also a strong support. In the new 5 regional limit formation, Fang Yuan not only added Earth Vein Immortal GU, but also the formation spirit and formation flags. With the formation spirit, Fang Yuan had an extremely strong assistant to help him control the formation and observe any changes at all times. With the formation flags, Fang Yuan could directly move the formation out of his immortal aperture, or move it from outside the 5 regions into China. The immemorial year beast fishing formation had been in use. The progress was stable. There were already over 20 immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool. There were as many as 7 different species. He had already collected more than half of the species, but whether he could collect all of them in the future, Fang Yuan could not be sure. It would depend on luck. To strengthen his own luck, Fang Yuan began to order the Hairy Man GU Immortals to refine Luck Path Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had a huge number of Immortal GU. It had already surpassed 100, but he did not have many Luck Path Immortal GU. Especially when Fang Yuan had the Luck Path True Inheritance. Once the Luck Path Immortal GU were refined, he could use them immediately. Moreover, Celestial Quartz Foundation in the aspect of Luck Path was very weak. Thus, raising their strength in the aspect of Luck Path was very effective. As for Luck Path Immortal materials, even though they were rare and hard to collect, Fang Yuan had so many Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals to extort. After these Luck Path Immortal materials were gathered, Fang Yuan asked the Hairy Man GU Immortals to refine them. Because they were not advancing the refinement of Immortal GU, but refining a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal GU, even if they failed, Fang Yuan could bear the losses. He now had a solid foundation and ample funds. Compared to his previous life, he had improved tremendously. Regarding the practice of immortal killer moves, 5 restriction profound light chi could be put aside. Even though he did not practice time cutting edge, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He understood the essence of this move even more clearly. This move was like an eraser. It used the power of time path to erase the enemy, and at the same time, erase himself. The drawback of the memory dissipation could not be erased. This was determined by the structure of the killer move time cutting edge. Once this flaw was removed, the entire killer move structure would be overturned. As a result, the time cutter's powerful offensive ability had completely disappeared. Fang Yuan could only helplessly accept this shortcoming. The main body's progress was not small, but the clone's progress was even greater. The pure dream doppelganger's soul gradually changed and began to merge with the doppelganger's physical body. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone had already advanced from a rank 1 GU master to a rank 6 Dragonman GU immortal. He had a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan began to spend most of his time exploring dream realms. During this period of time, he had transacted with Kai Chuyu many times. His immortal aperture had already accumulated a certain amount of dream realms. Fang Yuan's soul left his body and entered a Chi Path dream realm. His vision changed. He was at the peak of a mound. Looking around, there were layers of fog and bone-chilling winds. He looked at himself. He had rank 6 GU immortal cultivation level. He was in a sorry state and had many injuries, some of which were still bleeding. What is this? Fang Yuan was pondering when suddenly, intense winds blew behind him, the fog dissipated and 3 Inkman GU immortals appeared. Wei Yushu, where are you going? Die. Before he finished speaking, 3 killer moves slashed at Fang Yuan. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan had yet to familiarize himself with the GU worms in his immortal aperture when he fell into a life-and-death situation. Boom! At the next moment, his body exploded into pieces. he died on the spot. Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave the dream realm and return to reality. To think that I would encounter such a crisis and die once in the dream realm. He inspected the injuries on his soul. Unexpectedly, the injuries on his soul were not serious, they were light and could be healed with 100 guts GU. It seems that after obtaining Desolate Soul, my soul has undergone a qualitative change and can endure stronger dream realm backlash. Fang Yuan rested for a while before continuing to explore the dream realm. It was the same familiar scene. After Fang Yuan entered the dream realm, he immediately inspected his GU worms. He found that there was only one immortal GU in his hand. It was shaped like a cockroach, grayish-white in color and had the texture of a rock, but it was very light. It felt cold and rough to the touch. Fang Yuan quickly recalled this GU from his memories. This is Qi Transformation GU. A rank 6 Qi Transformation Immortal GU. Other than that, there were large numbers of rank 5 Qi Path Mortal GU. There were also 3 immortal materials, one was Painted Iron Hard Qi, one was Orchid Life Qi, and one was Swimming Dragon Qi. Fang Yuan was a little dazed. Qi Transformation GU is only a supplementary GU, with just these mortal GU, how can I block the pursuers? Just as he was thinking, a loud shout came from behind him. Wei Yushu, where are you going? Die. Bam. At the next moment, Fang Yuan exploded into pieces again. After returning to reality, Fang Yuan healed his injuries as he pondered. Looking at the current situation, it is clear that I need to use an immortal killer move to block these 3 pursuers. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move. Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was very low, but he had a huge inventory. Forget about Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Shadow Sect's True Inheritance was very vast, there were many Qi Path killer moves recorded in it. At the same time, Lang Ya sect also had their own collection. Even if they did not have these, just based on Lang Ya sect's huge collection of Qi Path Immortal GU recipes, Fang Yuan could use his refinement path attainment level to transform them into immortal killer moves. With such a rich foundation in theory, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to quickly think of a killer move to resolve the first difficulty of the dream realm. However, he was still very unfamiliar with Qi Path killer moves. Thus, he practiced them in reality. He naturally did not have Qi Transformation Immortal GU, but he could imitate this move and practice it. After returning to the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally had some confidence. After several attempts, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating the killer move. His whole body was covered in a layer of black armor. The 3 GU immortals chasing after him could not kill him instantly. Wei Yushu, you still dare to resist. You are just a slave, you have such guts. You dare to offend master, your death is not to be regretted. Kill him. Blast him into meat paste and bone dregs. The 3 Inkman GU immortals roared as they attacked Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan barely managed to hold on for a while before he could not hold on any longer and was eventually killed by the 3 of them. After leaving the dream realm, Fang Yuan summarized his experience. It seems that I should not fight them, but escape instead. He tried again. This time, he did not use the previous move, but changed to an immortal killer move that could move. He only succeeded after 1 failure. With this success, Fang Yuan successfully entered the 2nd stage of the dream realm. Goo! Before he could look around, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I am heavily injured, and the immortal material aura in my immortal aperture has been reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Although he only had Qi Transformation GU, he could use this immortal GU as the core and use the aura of the 3 immortal materials to activate immortal killer moves. The first wave of steel Qi could turn into black armor to protect Fang Yuan. The second wave of Orchid Qi could heal himself. The third wave of Roaming Dragon Qi was used by Fang Yuan to move. In the first stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan escaped from the pursuit of the 3 GU immortals using Roaming Dragon Qi. Now, Fang Yuan entered the 2nd stage of the dream realm. He immediately found that the Roaming Dragon Qi and Steel Qi in his immortal aperture were mostly expended, but the Orchid Qi was still intact. My situation is not good. I should heal myself first. Fang Yuan silently activated an immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. Immortal essence poured in, and the orchid qi suddenly decreased by a small amount. Fang Yuan's throat moved, his cheeks puffed up as he breathed out naturally. The breath he breathed out was fragrant and full of vitality. It was like a lump of thick smoke with a faint green color, quickly enveloping his whole body. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and Fang Yuan's injuries were mostly healed. Where should I go next? Fang Yuan was troubled again. He was in a cave, it seemed to be inside a mountain, but also seemed to be underground. In short, there were many caves that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan had just taken a few steps when he saw an Inkman Jiu Immortal charging in front of him. This Inkman Jiu Immortal was first stunned when he saw Fang Yuan, before becoming overjoyed. Wei Yu Shu. So you were here. Ha ha ha, very good, I actually bumped into you, allowing me to get this credit. It is truly better to come at the right time than to come early. Fang Yuan was also shocked. The Inkman Jiu Immortal in front of him was not one of the 3 immortals in the first stage, but an unfamiliar face. Most importantly, he did not have rank 6 cultivation, but was a rank 7 variant human Jiu Immortal. The rank 7 Inkman Jiu Immortal pounced at Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan resist him? His limbs were soon broken and he collapsed on the ground. The Inkman Jiu Immortal sneered, looking down at Fang Yuan. Wei Yu Shu, aren't you very arrogant normally? You didn't expect to land in my hands, right? Ha ha ha, to speak the truth, I didn't expect it either. You were originally living a luxurious life, being doted on by the princess, but you were actually stupid enough to run away. You truly committed a grave sin. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul was injured, he was forced back to reality. This means that even if I was captured and not killed, it would be considered a failure. It seems that this dream realm was an escape dream realm. In that situation, there was indeed no way to resist a rank 7 Jiu Immortal. Again, Fang Yuan charged at the second stage of the dream realm. He tried many times, but failed again and again. He found that there were many Inkman Jiu Immortals chasing after him. There were 5 rank 6 Jiu Immortals and 3 rank 7 Jiu Immortals. They were all Inkman Jiu Immortals. Together with the information leaked by that rank 7 Jiu Immortal, Fang Yuan had a rough guess about the era of the dream realm. If it was not the remote antiquity era, then it was the olden antiquity era. The mutants were still very powerful. There were so many Jiu Immortals chasing after him, they also had many methods. Fang Yuan failed again and again, but he was not discouraged. He soon found an opportunity to escape. In this cave in the mountain, there were several auras of immortal materials. Among them, autumn scale concealment chi was the most helpful to him. Eventually, Fang Yuan relied on his rich experience of failure and the killer move he used after gathering the materials. He successfully passed the second stage. At the third stage, Fang Yuan was surprised to find that the dream realm was moving on its own. He could not interfere at all. He collapsed on the ground. In front of him stood a female Inkman Immortal with a beautiful figure. Her body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with anger, hatred, love, and pity. Wei Yu Shu, when I brought you back then, you were only a youngster, you did not even know what cultivation was. I nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Jiu Immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence, and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Yi Tong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury, you only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you. The rank 8 female Inkman Immortal asked in a stern voice. Wei Yu Shu smiled bitterly. However, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave. The female Inkman Immortal was even more furious. What's so bad about being my slave? Many Inkmen want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity. Wei Yu Shu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly, I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that. So, you wanted to escape to the celestial court? The female Inkman Immortal sneered, you are too naive, you can even believe the bewitching words of an evil demon? Wei Yu Shu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, I am willing to believe it. Hearing this, the female Inkman Immortal's gaze froze, her anger slowly dissipating. She recalled the good times of the past, how much she doted on this slave of a different race, but those days were gone forever. She said regretfully, "Oh Yu Shu, I have forgiven you many times in the past, but I can't do it this time. If I were to pardon you, it would damage the dignity of my clan. If I did not act personally, you would have escaped. As expected of the hard work I taught you personally. Actually, this place is very close to the celestial court's sphere of influence." Hearing this, Wei Yu Shu felt like he was injected with strength. He opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman immortal. He begged, "Before I die, I do not have any other wish, I only have one thought. Please let me crawl out of this hole and take a look at the celestial court." The female Inkman immortal was silent for a while. She sighed, "All right." She moved to the side to make way. Wei Yu Shu stretched out his bloody hands, using all his strength to crawl forward. He was panting, sweat and blood mixed together. It took him a long time to crawl out of the hole despite the short distance. This hole was located at the waist of the mountain. His field of vision was wide. He looked forward expectantly. But he only saw thick fog. What a coincidence. It's common to have fog in the mountains. The female Inkman immortal walked out from behind him, but even without this fog, you would not be able to see the celestial court. I said, this is only the periphery of the celestial court's sphere of influence. It is actually just a piece of barren land. But Wei Yu Shu seemed to have obtained great satisfaction. He sprawled on the ground powerlessly. He no longer had the strength to raise his head. But his eyes shone like stars. He sighed, "No, I see it, I see the celestial court." You. The female Inkman immortal was moved. After Wei Yu Shu said this, his last breath finally dissipated. He lost his life on the spot. The female Inkman immortal fell into silence. She stared ahead in silence. That was the direction of the celestial court. Her expression was unprecedentedly solemn and dignified. Chapter 1823. In the entire third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm, Fang Yuan was completely reduced to a spectator. However, when this third stage was completed, the entire Chi Path Dream Realm vanished without a trace. Fang Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the start and easy at the end. The first two stages required continuous failures to accumulate experience. Even with my Unravel Dream Killer move, it was not very useful. But in the final stage, I did not even need to make a move, I passed it. This was the most comfortable time for Fang Yuan as a spectator. If he could watch it like this every time, how wonderful would it be to explore the dream realm? This dream realm is either the remote antiquity era or the olden antiquity era. Celestial Court, Fang Yuan's gaze was somewhat complex. Even though he was the enemy of Celestial Court, he had to admit the greatness of Celestial Court. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold. No matter how great you are, if you block my path, I can only use all my strength to eliminate you. This dream realm was successfully explored. Fang Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The improvement was quite huge. After all, Fang Yuan's previous Chi Path attainment level was completely poor. It was ordinary. No wonder that Wei Yu Shu in the dream was able to obtain the favor of the Inkman princess. His talent in Chi Path must be the main reason. In this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan's greatest understanding was not the dream realm or the celestial court, but his own soul. Desolate soul. After forming Desolate Soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was at human soul level, the damage from this exploration would be much heavier. Although Guts GU could recover, it would greatly affect the exploration efficiency. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Maybe in the future, when I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the damage to my soul will be even less than now. Like when Fang Yuan was cultivating in Luo Po Valley, the Luo Po wind was blowing. Once Fang Yuan's soul escaped into his body, the power of the Luo Po wind would plummet. If Fang Yuan used the pure dream reality seeker physique to bring his soul into the dream world to explore, his soul would also be tightly protected by his physical body. An ordinary physical body would not be able to withstand the power of the dream realm. But the pure dream reality seeker physique was different. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not know the correct way to use the pure dream reality seeker physique to enter a dream. If the pure dream reality seeker physique was directly sent into the dream realm, it would be able to enter and exit freely without being disturbed by the dream realm. But at the same time, he couldn't immerse himself in the content of the dream, so he couldn't talk about exploring the dream. Next, let's explore this dream realm of the Tao of Ice and Snow. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already stored many dream realms. The Qi Path dream realm just now was the largest, it had already dissipated. This dream realm related to the Path of Ice and Snow took its place, becoming the largest dream realm. Other than this dream realm, there were some other dream realms, including Qi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have desolate soul, the efficiency of exploring dream realms has greatly increased. I felt that these dream realms were not bad before, but now they are somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the dream realms are divided into different categories, they are scattered and trivial. Hehe, this is Kai Chu Yu's little scheme. Fang Yuan was very clear. Even though Kai Chu Yu and Fang Yuan continued to transact, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could roughly distinguish the types of dream realms. Thus, he deliberately controlled his transactions with Fang Yuan. He tried to give fragments of dream realms of different paths to Fang Yuan. There was not a single human path dream realm that Fang Yuan truly wanted. There were not many Qi Path and Ice and Snow Path either. But these dream realms were useful to Fang Yuan. Even if it was a time path dream realm or refinement path dream realm, as long as it was not a dream realm explored in his previous life. After all, Fang Yuan's highest attainment level was only quasi-supreme grandmaster, there was still room for improvement. Fang Yuan did not reject any of them, these dream realms could raise his attainment level. And if he could raise all of his paths, he would no longer have any shortcomings, that was a good thing, he would not have to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures in the future. While Fang Yuan was exploring dream realms, the hairy man GU immortals had some results. Lord Fang Yuan, we have refined this immortal GU. Sixth hair handed over an immortal GU. This immortal GU was like a water droplet, shining with a blue diamond-like radiance, it had a smooth and cold surface. This was Time Anchor Immortal GU, rank 6. Even though Fang Yuan was mainly refining Luck Path Immortal GU during this period of time, GU worms like Time Anchor Immortal GU were still part of his GU refinement plan. Even though Fang Yuan had over 100 Immortal GU, he could afford to raise them, he had plenty of resources and was extremely wealthy, the more Immortal GU he had, the better. He had come into contact with Time Anchor Immortal GU long ago, it was the former Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Su Beiman's Immortal GU, it could mark time. Afterwards, Su Beiman died, Time Anchor Immortal GU was obtained by Shadow Sect, but it was used in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. This time, Fang Yuan ordered the hairy man GU Immortals to refine it again. Time Anchor Immortal GU combined with Spring Autumn Cicada could form a killer move that could allow Fang Yuan to revive at a specific time. This killer move had a high value. For example, right now, Fang Yuan could mark this time and continue to explore dream realms without caring about anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to the past and return to this time to explore other dream realms. Attainment levels in paths could be accumulated. Fang Yuan could use this move to accumulate attainment levels. It is a pity that if I use this killer move, I cannot use Spring-Autumn Success anymore. Without 100% success rate, there is a chance of failure. Once I encounter it, it would be suicide, I would be laughed at by the world. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-great grandmaster attainment level in Time Path and had the Light of Wisdom, the obstacle here did not originate from him. As I expected, Fate GU is injured but not destroyed, it is restricting the effect of combining Time Anchor Immortal GU into Spring-Autumn Success. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive was a loophole in this world. Because this would disrupt reality and change the past, it would affect the balance, Providence would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Fang Yuan, if he just used Time Anchor and Spring-Autumn Cicada together, the killer move would be able to make use of this loophole. or spring-autumn success could also make use of this loophole. But if the two were added together, the loophole would be too small. It seems that I have to wait until Fate GU is completely destroyed and fuse Time Anchor into spring-autumn success, only then will it be effective. The various killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were the same. Even if killer moves were fused together and had greater power, they would not have a good result when used in real life. The Dragon Man clone had already gone through 1 heavenly tribulation and more than 10 earthly calamities. His cultivation level was rising rapidly. In order to raise his cultivation level quickly, Fang Yuan used a time path killer move to accelerate the Dragon Man clone's immortal aperture's time to the limit. Before each calamity or tribulation, Fang Yuan would use methods to deduce the content of the calamities and tribulations, thus, he was prepared. With Fang Yuan's great strength, these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities posed no threat. They turned into fireworks that provided Dao marks to Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan had time path methods and most importantly, he had the killer move exposed heavenly secret. Even when Providence sent down calamities and tribulations, it could not win by a surprise move. With the help of his immense strength, these calamities and tribulations were nothing. Fang Yuan could not only raise the cultivation level of GU Masters now, he could even raise the cultivation level of GU Immortals rapidly. However, this method was not worth promoting. Because the cost was very high. The time path killer move that accelerated the immortal aperture's time was at rank 8 level, it consumed a lot of rank 8 immortal essence. Exposed heavenly secret was also not something ordinary wisdom path GU Immortals could use. Adding on the cost of each tribulation, all these factors added together would only produce a rank 6 or rank 7 Dragon Man clone. The cost was not proportional to the cost. If not for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would not have been willing to create the Dragon Man clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were set up like wildfire. Southern Border's righteous path GU Immortals also started to make a ruckus. They asked Fang Yuan to release some hostages to show his sincerity. Thus, Fang Yuan released Yi Yang. Yi clan was dumbfounded after getting Yi Yang. Because Fang Yuan only released Yi Yang's body, his soul and immortal aperture were all gone. Just the body was just a corpse. What use was it? Southern Border's righteous path was furious, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan persuaded them, the body is only the first step, it is time to show my sincerity, now it is time for you to show your sincerity. Southern Border's righteous path felt that the future was bleak. If Fang Yuan separated the hostages and extorted them, how long would it take? Thus, there was another clamor. Fang Yuan changed his attitude, he became unyielding and cold, he threatened each clan, if you really want me to release the hostages, I will release your enemy forces. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's GU Immortals, they will not be able to raise their heads in the future. Fang Yuan had done this in his previous life, and this time, it was very easy and was very familiar with it. Southern Border's righteous path shamefully cowered. They had no choice, especially BA clan and Xia clan, these two poor clans. Their first supreme elder was captured by Fang Yuan. The other clans also lost important battle strength. If they did not rescue them, they would lose the support of their clans. Fang Yuan requested Southern Border's righteous path to give the Dream Realm to Fang Yuan as a bargaining chip. Southern Border's righteous path was extremely unwilling at first. After all, Dream Realms represented the future. But Fang Yuan guaranteed, he did not ask for much, he would not empty this place, he would even leave most of it to Southern Border's righteous path. To express his sincerity, he was willing to release the bodies of GU immortal captives in each batch of Dream Realms. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept this plan. Kai Chuyu felt a chill in his heart, he knew this was Fang Yuan's counterattack and warning. Thus, the extortion of Southern Border's righteous path reached the next level. Fang Yuan did not go back on his word, every time he obtained a batch of Dream Realms, he would release the body of a hostage. These Dream Realms were much larger than the secret transaction between him and Kai Chuyu. Moreover, Fang Yuan had carefully selected the types. Fairy Myrtle was extremely anxious, she tried many times to ruin this transaction, but to no avail. It is time for another battle. Fang Yuan calculated the time, he controlled myriad-year flying warship and entered the river of time again. Chapter 1824. River of Time. Fang Yuan had just entered myriad-year flying warship when Jiyu Liu Ru appeared to obstruct him. "You are Fang Yuan? I am Celestial Court's Jiyu Liu Ru. I am here to take your head." Jiyu Liu Ru was sitting in a wheelchair, his face was pale but his eyes were cold as ice. Saying so, lumps of grey-white light shot towards Fang Yuan like meteors chasing after the moon. Boom boom boom. These grey-white light lumps crashed into myriad-year flying warship but were blocked by this rank 8 immortal Jiyu house. But myriad-year flying warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is actually a time path rank 8 great expert. His time path killer moves have been amplified too much in the river of time. Celestial Court's foundation is truly unfathomable. It has only been such a short time and an old geezer has already appeared. The immortals in myriad-year flying warship were shocked. "I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life." Fang Yuan sneered. At first glance, he was surprised, but at second glance, he recognized the person in front of him. In the previous life's battle, Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court. To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Bing Sichuan directly informed the situation of Celestial Court to Fang Yuan. And Jiyu Liu Ru had also awakened in the previous life's battle and participated in this battle. Thus, Fang Yuan quickly recognized Jiyu Liu Ru's background, and even knew his methods very clearly. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated myriad-year flying warship and fought with Jiyu Liu Ru. A fierce battle erupted, and it caused the surrounding rivers to surge and surge violently, causing raging waves to arise. Jiyu Liu Ru's moves were exquisite and full of foreshadowing. He was clearly a time path great expert but seemed to have the style of wisdom path. In fact, he cultivated time path primarily and wisdom path secondarily. When Fang Yuan fought with him, it was like he was playing chess against a powerful chess player. If he was not careful, he would be led into the opponent's rhythm and fall into one trap after another. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was familiar with Jiyu Liu Ru's fighting style. The myriad-year flying warship was rude and unreasonable, repeatedly ramming and destroying Jiyu Liu Ru's layout. After a long battle, Jiyu Liu Ru chose to retreat. "Didn't you come to take my life?" Fang Yuan shouted coldly. He stood at the bow of the ship and took advantage of the situation to pursue. Jiyu Liu Ru sneered, "This old man isn't anxious, so why are you anxious?" "Fang Yuan, you are indeed a world-famous devil. You do have some skills. When I get back, I'll study this boat of yours thoroughly, and then I'll take your life." Even though half his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a small and exquisite immortal Jiyu house. The two wheels spun rapidly, carrying Jiyu Liu Ru on the river surface at a very fast speed. "Lord Fang Yuan, let us use the killer move torrential charge," a variant human Jiyu immortal suggested. That torrential charge could change the flow of the water of the river of time around myriad-year flying warship, allowing it to move faster and erupt with terrifying speed. "No need to be anxious." Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light, but he rejected this suggestion. "Just use Daybreak Sword." No one dared to refute his orders. Myriad-year flying warship's aura rose by another 10%, shooting out a dazzling white light. The silver light created the water of the river of time, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. "This is..." Jiyu Liu Ru, who was ahead, was naturally paying attention to Fang Yuan's movements and immediately sensed it. Thoughts surged in his mind as he rapidly deduced, this is the first time Fang Yuan has exposed this time path killer move. It is truly exquisite. He is actually using the water of the river of time to refine traces of the sharpest power of time path. Even though it looks like a flying sword, its essence is still time path. If I get slashed by it, I will definitely lose a layer of skin. Jiyu Liu Ru's heart jumped. He was inwardly shocked by the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level, and Fang Yuan had ingeniously used the river of time to purify it, causing its power to increase by several times, far surpassing ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon Fang Yuan, his talent is truly terrifying. Not only can he use reverse flow river, he has even started to research the river of time. Jiyu Liu Ayu's wariness towards Fang Yuan deepened, his killing intent surged. This demon cannot be left alive. I need to use all my strength to get rid of him, otherwise, he will become a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Silver flying swords shot towards Jiyu Liu Ayu. Jiyu Liu Ayu was soon injured, his defensive killer move could not block the sharpness of the flying swords. Kill him. Some variant human Jiyu immortals shouted, their morale surging. Ever since they killed a rank 8 of Celestial Court, their confidence soared. They now viewed Jiyu Liu Ayu as their prey. With their rank 7 cultivation level and strength, chasing after a rank 8 great expert, and a member of Celestial Court at that, this sense of accomplishment and excitement made their bodies tremble. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, mocking Jiyu Liu Ayu, "Didn't you want to take my life? Now it seems that you are about to die." Jiyu Liu Ayu snorted coldly. He did not speak, he continued to run. The wheelchair he was sitting on was already riddled with injuries. Fang Yuan laughed at him, "You are panicking like a stray dog, you have thrown away the face of Celestial Court." The sharp swords were controlled skillfully, they cut off Jiyu Liu Ayu's robe, blood and flesh flew out. Jiyu Liu Ayu was silent. Fang Yuan sneered, "Celestial Court only has people like you, it is truly the number one force in the world. It seems that Celestial Court is only SOSO. Jiyu Liu Ayu heard Fang Yuan's insults towards Celestial Court, he became impatient and retorted, "Shut up. How can a lowly demon like you understand the greatness of Celestial Court?" Swoosh. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword brushed past his scalp and cut off more than half of his long hair. Bright red blood rained down from the sky. Jiyu Liu Ayu cried out in pain, he slammed his wheelchair and burst out with an unprecedented speed. Chase. He can't last long. That's right, his immortal Jiyu was destroyed by Daybreak Sword, causing his wheelchair to start breaking. Many Jiyu immortals under Fang Yuan shouted loudly, their morale was at its peak. Indeed, the wheelchair that Jiyu Liu Ayu was using to escape was continuously breaking apart. Large numbers of Jiyu worm corpses were scattered along the way. But Fang Yuan restrained his expression and smiled coldly. "Stop. What?" Even though the immortals were surprised, they did not dare to be negligent, they worked together to stop myriad-year flying warship. Jiyu Liu Ayu, who was fleeing for his life, shuddered at this scene, a stifled feeling welled up in his chest, but he could not vent it. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the empty sky above the river, commenting leisurely, "What a good time path Jiyu formation, I wonder which member of Celestial Court is waiting for me. I am Li Huang." Li Huang's voice resounded. At the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Jiyu immortals on Fang Yuan's side were dumbfounded, some variant human Jiyu immortals reacted and shouted, "So this was a trap. That damn old man acted really well. We almost fell into an ambush, if not for the wise and mighty Lord Fang Yuan, our current situation might not be so good." Jiyu Liu Ayu slowly flew back with a gloomy expression. In order to put on a good show, he intentionally gave up on an immortal Jiyu and even purposely got injured, causing blood to flow out. It was truly a ruse to injure himself. But who could have thought that this ruse would turn into a show? Fang Yuan watched it for a long time. Li Huang pondered, "It seems that Fang Yuan is very familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation." Fang Yuan did not hide it from him, he admitted, "Indeed, I suffered a lot in the previous life. So what if you saw through it? Leave your life behind." Jiyu Liu Ayu sneered. He had just said that when two immortal Jiyu houses appeared on both sides of Fang Yuan. One immortal Jiyu house was elegant, the orange roof was like a crane spreading its wings. The immortal Jiyu house was covered in 3 layers of autumn light, it was extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The other immortal Jiyu house was a huge lever, it was snow-white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever, they had sharp white teeth, they were dragging the huge lever as they flew. It was shark flow lever. Fang Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, while Celestial Courtside was still rebuilding. Meanwhile, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever had been constructed long ago. They were ready for this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fang Yuan's path of retreat, while Jiyu Liu Ryu forced his way forward and stalled myriad year flying warship. Shark flow lever drew a beautiful arc at the edge of the battlefield. It first caught Li Huang before joining the battle. A huge battle erupted, the river water surged and countless waves were created. This rank 8 immortal Jiyu house has such a tough shell. Li Huang and Jiyu Liu Ryu were shocked. Myriad year flying warship displayed an extremely strong defense, causing the various attacks of the heavenly court to be rendered useless. It looked like it was unmoving, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, it would not budge. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Jiyu Liu Ryu, I have seen through your moves. With that said, myriad year flying warship aimed at the floor and rushed over. Oh no! Jiyu Liu Ryu's expression changed. At the next moment, the time path killer move he used to restrain myriad year flying warship shattered. The backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Stop him! Shark flow lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform activated their killer moves. Charge through! Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Myriad year flying warship charged out of the battlefield in an unreasonable manner with a series of rumbling noises. Don't chase! Jiyu Liu Ryu quickly stopped Li Huang, who was about to give chase. His expression was gloomy as he said in a heavy tone, "This immortal Jiyu house is indeed worthy of being rank 8, we cannot stop it." Damn it! Li Huang clenched his fists. He felt quite sullen. Because he was a fire path Jiyu immortal, he could only use shark flow lever to fight in the river of time. If Fang Yuan fell into an ambush, he would naturally have the chance to display his might. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not give him such a chance. However, what made Li Huang even more sullen was yet to come. Fang Yuan saw that Celestial Court did not chase after him. He stopped myriad year flying warship and smiled. "Friends, my myriad year flying warship has another move called myriad year hunting, please appraise it." Celestial Court side quickly went on guard. They saw a strange fragrance coming from myriad year flying warship. Not long after, countless beast roars could be heard from all directions, getting closer and closer. These are year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beast. There are too many year beasts. They seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Jiyu Liu Ryu looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. Chapter 1825. Inside myriad year flying warship, He Lulan and the rest watched with rapt attention. The scene was extremely majestic. The Nyan beast army was vast and mighty, surrounding them from all directions. Such a powerful killer move. No wonder this move was not used in the sovereign immortal aperture. Too many year beasts were attracted. If it was used in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would definitely cause a calamity. Countless lives would be lost. Celestial Court side was also shocked. Myriad year flying warship. Jiyu Liu Ryu muttered this name with a solemn expression. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said in a heavy tone, "This has already formed a beast tide, it is actually so powerful. Even a legendary figure like him couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a majestic scene." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Myriad year hunting was a concept he had derived from the immemorial year beast fishing formation, and he had used it to its limits. With years flow like water immortal Jiyu as the core, through the amplification of the river of time, it had an incredible effect. Myriad beasts roared as the beast tide surged forward. Bam bam bam! Celestial Court attacked. Killer moves came one after another, crashing into the year beast tide. Wave after wave of year beasts were destroyed. Celestial Court's 2-time path immortal Jiyu houses were rank 7, they could resist rank 8 battle strength, they had no problem dealing with most year beasts. But the problem was, what was the use of killing these year beasts? As long as myriad year flying warship existed, there would be an endless supply of year beasts. This was an enslavement path tactic, it was to expend the battle strength of Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's killer moves all expended immortal essence. These year beasts have fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. We need to capture the leader first. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, a rank 7 GU immortal suggested. The moment he said that, a GU immortal beside him said, "But we already know the toughness of that myriad-year flying warship. How can we execute the tactic of killing the leader?" The rank 7 GU immortal was stunned. But at the next moment, he heard the surrounding people shouting, "Be careful. Fang Yuan is back." Myriad-year flying warship sped up, and instead of retreating, it advanced towards the shark flow lever. "How dare you!" Li Huang, who was on the shark flow lever, was infuriated. Fang Yuan actually dared to come back. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. Immediately, the 2 immortal GU houses of Celestial Court and the Time Path Great Expert GU Liu Ryu surrounded Myriad-year flying warship and started fighting. Myriad-year flying warship withstood the barrage of attacks. At the same time, it was surrounded by countless silver flying swords that whizzed out like a storm. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting an abyss of fire and water. "No. Fang Yuan wants to stall us so that the Nyan Beast army can surround us." GU Liu Ryu saw through Fang Yuan's plan. Li Huang sneered, "As long as we are determined to break out of the encirclement, no matter how many Nyan Beasts there are, what's the use?" GU Liu Ryu sighed, "Don't forget that we still have the river suppression lotus ceiling formation behind us." Li Huang was stunned. He did not think of this in such a hurry. Now that he was reminded, his heart jumped as he cursed in his mind, "This scoundrel Fang Yuan is so sinister and vicious." The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was painstakingly constructed by Celestial Court. It could slowly float on the surface of the river of time. There were a large number of GU immortals stationed inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this formation was broken, Celestial Court would not only lose a large number of immortal GU, they would also lose these rank 7 GU immortals. Moreover, they might not be able to construct a second river suppression lotus ceiling formation in this short period of time. Celestial Court's situation was very awkward. They had originally wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan saw through it. Instead, this formation became the weakness of Celestial Court side, which Fang Yuan did not let go. Even though the river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, it was very slow. There was no way it could escape this situation. "Let's evacuate the GU immortals in the formation first." GU Liu Ryu thought about it and said. Li Huang, however, spoke at the same time. "Kill Fang Yuan and get rid of the culprit, we can settle this." The 2 GU immortals looked at each other. At this crucial moment, they had different opinions. Roar, roar, roar. Because of Fang Yuan's obstruction, the vanguard of the year beasts had reached here. The first to bear the brunt were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had thick skin and flesh. They withstood the attacks of Celestial Court and charged into the battlefield of the immortal GU house. Courting death. Li Huang was furious. He manipulated the giant shark in front of Shark Flow lever to bite the beasts. At the same time, he activated Shark Flow lever's killer move and killed 2 immemorial year beasts in a dozen or so breaths of time. Clowns. Li Huang's killing intent dissipated slightly, but he heard GU Liu Ryu's pleading voice, "Help me." It turned out that Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts while GU Liu Ryu and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked myriad-year flying warship. They were evenly matched. Next, Fang Yuan activated Daybreak Sword Killer move to attack the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This formation was strong on the inside and weak on the outside. It was originally used to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, it could not hold on any longer and started to break apart. Many GU immortals in the formation cores died on the spot. Myriad-year flying warship was extremely sturdy. GU Liu Ryu and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform could not attack it. They could only block Fang Yuan's attacks and cover the retreat of the GU immortals inside the formation. This way, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He attacked wherever he wanted. GU Liu Ryu and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a sorry state. They could not do anything. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad. He quickly went around and attacked Myriad-year flying warship from behind. Fang Yuan was not afraid. If he was alone, he might not be able to take care of everything, but there were many GU immortals inside the warship. they were experienced and could provide great support. In order to kill another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot, they were extremely excited. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, ignoring the dangerous winds and waves outside. He suddenly found a flaw in Jiyu Liu Ru's defense and used a killer move. It was Spring Scissors. Spring Scissors flew out. It was not aimed at Jiyu Liu Ru, but avoided his obstruction. With a snap, a central continent female immortal's neck was cut short. Jiyu Liu Ru was shocked. Isn't this Xia Cha's signature method? Fang Yuan has already grasped it. He even modified it to rank 7. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating Summer Fan Killer move. It was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang could not take care of everything. He could only watch as the intense winds blew and created more holes in the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Several immortal GU were destroyed instantly. Ha ha ha, if I want to kill someone, can you stop me? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, mocking them without restraint. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot. He scolded, "Scoundrel, I will definitely grind you to ashes." Boom. An immemorial year beast pounced on myriad year flying warship, causing this rank 8 immortal GU house to tilt. Celestial Court's side was stunned. Almost instantly, the two rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out that even though Fang Yuan can cause the year beast tide, he cannot control them. In fact, these year beasts' target is myriad year flying warship. After discovering this secret, Li Huang and Jiyu Liu Ru almost vomited blood from anger. After fighting for so long, they had dealt with these year beasts earlier because they wanted to block Fang Yuan's blade. No wonder Fang Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, but directly attacked and pestered them. Fang Yuan had no choice. He had already reached his limit. Using years flow like water to lure year beasts and cause a year beast tide, this was the power of time path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be the effect of enslavement path. As more and more year beasts appeared, the battlefield became very crowded. Earlier, Celestial Court's side had attacked these year beast tide indiscriminately, slightly stopping them. But because of Fang Yuan's pestering, attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation and killing those rank 7 GU immortals, Celestial Court side had no time to deal with him. Fang Yuan, go and die. Get lost. Li Huang shouted, but Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship and stuck close to his shark flow lever or 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The year beast's target was myriad year flying warship, but Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were both destroyed. Didn't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you, go ahead and do it. Fang Yuan smiled. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot from anger, even Jiyu Liu Ru's breathing was rough. He stared at Fang Yuan with a gaze that was like ice from an abyss, filled with killing intent. The 3 immortal GU houses gradually had no space to move around. If one looked from afar, they would see year beasts charging towards them. At the center of the battlefield, these year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were densely packed, forming a ball of ants. The ball was getting bigger and bigger. The 3 immortal GU houses at the center of the ball were like meat grinders. Even immemorial year beasts could not last more than 10 breaths of time before dying. Li Huang and Jiyu Liu Ru were truly enraged. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was completely finished. Celestial Court's efforts during this period of time were all for naught. Li Huang and Jiyu Liu Ru had already tried their best to save the central continent GU immortals, but most of them still died at Fang Yuan's hands. Let's go, there are no more survivors. Jiyu Liu Ru shouted. Without the formation restraining Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship to move freely in the battlefield. He could not be captured or killed. At this point, Celestial Court's battle tactic had completely failed. Fang Yuan, just you wait, you won't be arrogant for long. One day, you will die at my hands. Li Huang gritted his teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan's actions made him feel extreme anger, hatred, and disgust. This demon was truly sinister and crafty. Li Huang, in my opinion, you are the arrogant one. Myriad year flying warship suddenly attacked, using the killer move torrential charge. Daybreak swords surrounded it. The silver flying swords plunged into the torrential charge, bringing with them an explosive speed that exceeded expectations. These two moves can actually work together. Li Huang was shocked, he could not defend in time. Myriad-year flying warship directly collided with the heavily damaged shark flow lever. Rumble. With a loud sound, the shark flow lever was directly destroyed, the few remaining giant sharks died on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. After Myriad-year flying warship destroyed the shark flow lever, its momentum did not decrease as it slammed into Li Huang's body. Li Huang's Verdant Sun Flame Cloak shook intensely. A moment ago, it was a blazing flame, but after the collision, it instantly weakened into a small flame. Li Huang, your death date is here. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he used Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8 level. Li Huang stared with wide eyes, he felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to catch his breath as he defended with all his might. But in the end, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan immediately revealed their true appearance. They were only rank 7 level. Fang Yuan, you lied to me, Li Huang shouted. His attention was successfully diverted by Fang Yuan. Next, Myriad-year flying warship followed closely behind. Li Huang's wide-opened eyes were instantly filled with Myriad-year flying warship silhouette. Boom! The flame cloak on Li Huang's body was completely destroyed. Li Huang's chest caved in as large amounts of blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless silver flying swords attacked him like a swarm of bees. They pierced deeply into Li Huang's body and continued to penetrate his front, back, left, and right. Li Huang's body trembled unceasingly due to the impact of daybreak swords. The light in his eyes quickly faded. Before his death, the last thought in his mind was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here? Let's retreat. Jiyu Liu Ru growled with tears in his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as he showed a malevolent expression. Although Li Huang was stronger than him, in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Jiyu house, he would definitely perish. It was not that Jiyu Liu Ru did not think of saving him, but Fang Yuan had planned this for a long time. How could he give him the chance to save him? The densely packed Nyan beasts were also a huge obstacle. Jiyu Liu Ru controlled 3 autumn yellow crane platform and quickly left the battlefield. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly with surging killing intent. Celestial Court's Jiyu immortals, leave your lives behind. Jiyu Liu Ru did not make a sound, he only cared about escaping. Chapter 1826. The river of time surged with strong winds and fierce waves. The myriad-year flying warship kept shooting out daybreak flying swords like a torrential downpour, enveloping the 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform, many central continent Jiyu immortals were determined to die. They said to Jiyu Liu Ru, Lord, please retreat first. Jiyu Liu Ru hesitated. These people added, Zhongzhou state doesn't have us, but it can't have you. The current battle situation was too dangerous. Even if they retreated together, they would still be trapped by that demon. Furthermore, the Celestial Court has also passed down a definite order. Fairy Myrtle had already ordered the 3 autumn yellow crane platform to block myriad flying warship with all their might, allowing Jiyu Liu Ru to retreat first. Jiyu Liu Ru let out a long sigh. I didn't expect things to end up like this. Everyone, your sacrifice will not be in vain. He leaped out of the 3 autumn yellow crane terrace and dove straight into the river of time. On the myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan quickly sensed it and immediately turned around. However, the 3 autumn yellow crane platform risked its life to intercept it. Fang Yuan was held back by the 3 autumn yellow crane platform and could not escape quickly. He could only watch as Jiyu Liu Ru followed the tributary of the river of time and returned to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If that's the case, then all of you can die. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and concentrated his firepower on the 3 autumn yellow crane platform. At this point in the battle, The 3-autumn yellow crane platform was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under myriad-year flying warship's ferocious attacks, it completely shattered into pieces with a loud bang. More than 10 GU immortals fell into the river. It was chaotic. The surrounding year beasts surrounded these GU immortals and attacked them. Scram, beasts! Fang Yuan bellowed as he steered myriad-year flying warship in an attempt to snatch back the spoils of war. But there were too many Nyan beasts. Wave after wave of Nyan beasts violently attacked the myriad-year flying warship. In this short delay, many central continent GU immortals were already devoured by the frenzied year beasts. Not even a trace of them was left. Boom! A huge immemorial ball crashed into the side of myriad-year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad-year flying warship almost flipped over. After struggling to break free, a part of the ship's hull had been completely deformed, and there were even 2 large holes. It was a direct collision with the bull's horn. Fang Yuan's subordinates panicked. Quickly repair it. Many GU worms have been destroyed. This immemorial year beast is not ordinary, its strength is exceptional. Fang Yuan glanced sideways and sized him up carefully. The surroundings were filled with Nyan beasts, those that flew, those that ran on the river, and those that swam in the water. All of them treated the myriad-year flying warship as their target. At this moment, 8 immemorial year beasts surrounded Fang Yuan from afar or near. The primordial bull from before had smooth fur and a golden color. Its 4 hooves stepped on the river surface steadily like a mountain. Even the chaotic year beast army couldn't shake it. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. The 12 zodiac battle formation was still missing a primordial bull. Moreover, even if he had an immemorial year bull, Fang Yuan would want to exchange it. The power of the ancient battle formation was directly related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts. This immemorial year bull was undoubtedly one of the best immemorial year beast. But now is not the time to subdue it. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, immediately ordering, retreat. Myriad-year flying warship also started to escape. But no matter where it went, there were year beasts blocking its way. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog came to pester it. Its body was strong, its muscles were bulging, its dog eyes were emitting electricity, and its fur was also golden in color. Myriad-year flying warship continued to activate daybreak swords, but when they landed on its body, they immediately broke apart and only cut its fur. Woof! The immemorial year dog suddenly jumped, its speed surged as it approached the bow of the ship. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp silver teeth. With a crack, myriad-year flying warship's bow was bitten to pieces. Quickly leave, this dog has a wild time path immortal GU. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. The immemorial year dog was also an immemorial year beast that he lacked, but in this chaotic situation, he did not want to fight an unknown enemy. Fortunately, year beasts competed and suppressed each other. There was only one immemorial year dog, while immemorial year monkeys were the most numerous. Fang Yuan made a sharp turn, charging towards these immemorial year monkeys. Myriad-year flying warship was like a silver bolt of lightning, moving between the gaps of the year beasts. The immemorial year dog was intercepted by these immemorial year monkeys. Flying like this, they finally arrived at the entrance of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship struggled as it charged out of the tributary, returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A large number of year beasts chased after it. Squeak squeak squeak. A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared like a golden bolt of lightning, crashing into myriad-year flying warship. Oh no! Fang Yuan, quickly attack. We can only rely on you. The immortals' expressions changed. Myriad-year flying warship was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If the immemorial year rat destroyed it, the entire immortal GU house might be destroyed. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not bother concealing himself. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation level and blocked in front of the immemorial year rat. The true rank 8 level spring scissors killer move burst out, moving agilely in the narrow space, cutting the immemorial year rat's body. This immemorial year beast was extremely small, only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a golden lump that was extremely hard. Spring Scissor's killer move cut its body, producing a clanging sound, like it was cutting a rock. Golden sparks burst out. Fang Yuan had already used his full strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shined brightly as it looked at a time path immortal Gu. It opened its mouth and grabbed it with its mouth before turning around and running. It was extremely fast, like a golden bolt of lightning, vanishing from Fang Yuan's vision in the blink of an eye. Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal Gu was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or to be angry, but he also felt a trace of joy, replying calmly, "This is my disguise, although it is a time path immortal Gu, it is not the true years flow like water." Fang Yuan had personally deduced myriad year hunting killer move. How could he not know the huge flaw of this move? Therefore, he had already prepared for a rainy day and set up bait in the myriad year flying warship. When myriad year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, he would throw this bait out and cause the immemorial year beasts to fight over it, creating a chance to escape. This method might not be able to deceive the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, but the immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence. They could not compare to the rank 8 great experts of Celestial Court. As expected, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong temptation. They moved from myriad year flying warship to this small golden year rat and immediately attacked it. Only then did myriad year flying warship truly break away from this terrifying year beast tide. After it was safe, Fang Yuan immediately placed this rank 8 immortal Gu house into his immortal aperture to repair it. The entire surface of myriad year flying warship was full of holes. The tip of the ship's bow was bitten off. There were several large holes on the sides of the ship. It was a shocking sight. There were also several claw marks. It was like a huge machete chopping wood. After inspecting, a vast number of mortal Gu died in myriad year flying warship. There were also many immortal Gu that were damaged. Especially precaution immortal Gu. It was the core of myriad year flying warship's defense after all. Even years flow like water immortal Gu was slightly damaged. On the surface, myriad year flying warship still had its skeleton intact, but if they fought for a while longer, it would have been destroyed beyond recognition. There would have been heavy casualties. The River of Time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was home to a terrifying number of lifeforms that could not be estimated. Among these time path lifeforms, there were no lack of powerful ones. Even Fang Yuan could not do anything to them in a short period of time. What left the deepest impression on Fang Yuan were those 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. However, this is also within my calculations. As long as it is an immemorial year beast that attacked myriad year flying warship, it will be marked. In a short period of time, I can find them and suppress them one by one. To gather the 12 zodiac battle formation, I still need to take a risk. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 zodiac battle formation needed to gather 12 different kinds of immemorial year beasts. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, every once in a while, there would be a type of immemorial year beast that would prosper. The size of the group would rise to the top, becoming the strongest group and suppressing the other groups. Then, in the following 10 or so years, the size of this type of year beast would fall from the strongest to the weakest, and in the process of survival, they would be pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But because of this, the surviving year beasts were usually the strongest of the same level. If they were not strong, they would not be able to survive. Like the immemorial year bull, immemorial year dog, and immemorial year rat that Fang Yuan encountered earlier, they were the best examples. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to collect because of their large numbers. But there were a few types of them, because their entire group was at the lowest point. Not only were they rare, they were also very strong. Repairing myriad year flying warship was not a problem. Even though many mortal Gu were lost, Fang Yuan had more than enough. The damage to immortal Gu was the most troublesome, but Fang Yuan also had the Gu as before formation. Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was too deep. He could easily repair these immortal Gu. It is just that the immortal apertures of these central continent GU immortals are completely empty. It seems that Fairy Myrtle has learned her lesson. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures of these central continent rank 7 corpses were barren. Countless resources had been purposely moved out before the battle. Ever since the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle was afraid that these resources would nourish her enemy, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not mind. To him, these resources were just icing on the cake, they were dispensable. Next, I will first repair Myriad Year Flying Warship, then I will go to the River of Time and capture the immemorial year beasts I lack. After that, I will explore Dream Realms. I have already extorted a large number of Dream Realms from Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan calculated the time, there might not be enough. Not long after, the 5 Xiong's public grotto heaven would open, the 1,000 years bet would be completed. I will do my best. Fang Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside Celestial Court, was also sighing bitterly. She was deeply worried. Celestial Court had suffered a crushing defeat in the River of Time again. What should they do? Myriad Year Flying Warship's methods and combat strength made her feel very embarrassed. She knew that Fang Yuan's strategy was to use the River of Time as bait, but this matter concerned Red Lotus' true inheritance. Celestial Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a pit of blood, we have to grit our teeth and jump in. Celestial Court is never afraid of sacrifice. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with a sharp light, but she soon frowned. But now, we need to modify the time path Immortal GU House and focus on speed. When we fight in the future, we will focus on disturbing Fang Yuan. As long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus' true inheritance, we will have made a huge contribution. Chapter 1827. Immemorial White Heaven. A white cloud looked ordinary, but it was secretly carrying 6 Qi clan GU immortals, moving forward at a fast speed. Be careful, this is immemorial White Heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts often appear here. Currently, this route is safe, but we need to be vigilant. After entering that grotto heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form. Qi clan's revival and prosperity is just around the corner. Qi clan's GU immortals conversed secretly. They were excited and agitated. Even though they did not know the power of heaven form, they did not underestimate its power. After all, this was half an inheritance left by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, the scene abruptly changed. The originally peaceful and tranquil day seemed to have been turned upside down, and it abruptly transformed into a pitch-black curtain. This pitch-black space was like a huge sphere that surrounded the 6 Qi clan immortals. Threads of silver light, like silk threads, weaved into a net, embedded in all directions, above and below his feet, in the black curtain. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Who in the world is ambushing us? Quickly come out. Qi clan's GU immortals were shocked. After a moment of panic, they shouted angrily. Thereupon, a rank 8 immortal GU house carrying a GU immortal appeared. This immortal GU house was like a small boat. It had a long and narrow bow. It was shining with silver light. At the bow of this boat, a GU immortal wore a white robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood quietly, smiling as he looked at the Qi clan GU immortals. This GU immortal had a handsome face. He was almost beautiful. His black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. He looked like a weak young man with peerless beauty. But when the 6 Qi clan GU immortals saw this person and this house, they were completely shocked. Qi Cai was the second supreme elder of Qi clan. He was the bravest among them, but right now, he had a shocked expression on his face. Qi Jin was the third supreme elder of Qi clan. He was like the other Qi clan GU immortals. He had a pale expression. He felt his heart pounding. A cold chill was spreading through his limbs. Qi clan's first supreme elder was usually calm and composed, but now, he panicked, his voice trembled. Fang Yuan, why is it you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Fang Yuan's appearance alone gave the 6 Qi clan GU immortals a huge fright. Their high morale fell to rock bottom like a bucket of cold water was poured on them. The shadow of a man and the bark of a tree. Fang Yuan's current demonic might was vast and mighty, far exceeding that of his previous life at the same time. Previously, during the second battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan had announced the details to the world. The Celestial Court suffered a crushing defeat. Defeat after defeat, Li Huang died a horrible death. Fang Yuan stepped on the body of the Celestial Court. The reputation of the demonic path had already shaken the heavens. Most of the Qi clan Jiyu immortals were scared stiff. Fang Yuan was a peerless demon. Why had he suddenly come to deal with the Qi family? Moreover, he even set up an ambush. Fang Yuan. My lord, my Qi family is a hidden family. We've never done anything to you, and we have no enmity with you. If there is any misunderstanding between us, we are willing to compensate you. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Fa said. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous, as long as you join me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you hand over heaven form to me? Hearing this, the Qi clan Jiyu immortals felt like they had fallen into an icy abyss. We are finished. The biggest secret has already been seen through by Fang Yuan. How can he know? He is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. The 1,000-year bet is here. Our Qi clan's goal for 1,000 years is about to succeed. Are we going to give it up? I cannot accept this. Qi clan's Jiyu immortals had complex expressions. They were afraid, they were angry, they were furious, they were flustered, they were filled with hatred, and they were helpless. Qi clan's strongest Jiyu immortal was only rank 7, they had spent a lot of effort to enter immemorial white heaven, but now, they had to fight against Fang Yuan? Hee. I am meat on someone else's chopping block. It's too difficult. Let's go all out. Qi Cai gritted his teeth, he clenched his fists, his arms were shaking. What are we going to do? Can we win? You know Fang Yuan's battle achievements, we will only be dying if we go. Qi Jin said hatefully. A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, he threatened, now, I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, if you do not submit to me, you will all die. What should we do? Qi clan's Jiyu immortals were flustered, they were at a loss, they looked at Qi Fa. As the first supreme elder of the Qi family, Qi Fa was usually very prestigious. He was a skinny old man with a hale and hearty spirit. His back was ramrod straight like a spear. But after 3 breaths of time, he relaxed, he lowered his head and bowed as he cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. Lord Fang Yuan, our Qi clan, surrenders. Ha ha ha. A wise man submits to circumstances. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Qi clan's Jiyu immortals did not dare to look at him. You have made the best choice. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside myriad-year flying warship. They witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. In the battle to defend Lang Ya Blessed Land, in the first and second battles in the River of Time, Fang Yuan stepped on Celestial Court's body and became famous in the whirl. His demonic might and ferocious might could make even rank 7 Jiyu immortals surrender without a fight. Qi Fa continued, heaven form is yours, but I would like to be bold enough to report the situation inside to you. Fang Yuan looked at this Qi clan first supreme elder deeply, he said with a faint smile, no need. I am not afraid to tell you, in the previous life, I obtained heaven form and killed all of you, occupying Qi manifestation grotto heaven. Of course, some of you submitted to me. After pausing for a moment, Fang Yuan continued, I am far more familiar with the secret of heaven form than all of you. Fang Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing on the hearts of Qi clan's Jiyu immortals. They were shocked and did not dare to believe it. Fang Yuan did not care whether they believed it or not, he directly planted a method on each of them and took away their Jiyu worms. He was very familiar with the immortal Jiyu that Qi clan's Jiyu immortals had. After taking them away, Qi clan's Jiyu immortals were arranged to sit at the bow of myriad-year flying warship. They stood there in a daze, their expressions were pale as paper. After controlling these Qi clan Jiyu immortals, Fang Yuan put away the immortal battlefield Yama Net. Yama Net battlefield was modified from Yama battlefield. It completed Fang Yuan's goal. By gathering the power of Time Path, it became stronger and more stable. Myriad-year flying warship had been repaired long ago, it flew all the way to the crucial location. After a while, the immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse had tall eaves, there were 2 brick carvings on the lintel, there was a huge plaque on the door with the words, 5 Seong's Gambling Battle Door. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass, it gave off a grand and mighty aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. After the gatehouse became solid, a large area of clouds gathered and supported the gatehouse. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shocked, this was the first time they were seeing this. Qi Clan's 6 GU immortals had complex expressions, but there was still a trace of hope in the eyes of Qi Fa and the rest. At this time, the door frame started to shine in 5 colors, each representing the power of the 5 Seong. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at He Lulan, go. He Lulan was expressionless, she got out of myriad-year flying warship and flew towards the gatehouse. On the way, Fang Yuan waved his hand and sent an immortal killer move into her body. He Lulan's body shook slightly, she landed in front of the gatehouse. The red light enveloped her before vanishing. He Lulan's qualifications were recognized. Impossible. Oh heavens, how can this be? Xue Xiong recognized her. Is she really a descendant of Xue Xiong's Xue clan? Qi Clan's 6 GU immortals were shocked, they could not believe it. Fang Yuan turned around to look at them, he smiled and instructed the Rockman GU immortals, you guys go. The Rockman GU immortals were hit by Fang Yuan's killer move, their auras underwent a mystical change, under the yellow light's inspection, they passed and obtained the qualifications to enter the 5 Seong Grotto heaven. Seeing this, Qi Clan's 6 GU immortals' bodies shook intensely. Some even shook, they were on the verge of collapsing. Earlier, He Lulan was a human, she might have the bloodline of Xue Xiong's Xue clan. But what about these Rockmen variant humans? Rockmen were only male, they could not marry or have children with other races. However, the gatehouse recognized them. The cold truth was like an iron sword, stabbing into the hearts of Qi Clan's GU immortals. They finally gave up on the last trace of hope in their hearts, they had to admit that this was caused by Fang Yuan's method. Qi Clan's first supreme elder Qi Fa had a bitter expression. He had surrendered to Fang Yuan earlier because he would die if he did not, and also because he wanted to use the 5 Seong's gambling gate and heaven form killer move to deceive Fang Yuan and try to find a chance to escape. But now, it seemed that there was no such possibility. Fang Yuan's preparations were too ample, he had come prepared, all his actions proved that he was not lying. In the previous life, Fang Yuan might have really obtained heaven form. He has spring-autumn cicada, he has unlimited chances of restarting. This is too shameless, who can stop him? The 1,000 years bet, to think that an outsider would benefit from it. Hey, some of Qi Clan's GU immortals were furious, some were furious, they blamed the celestial court for not helping them, while some had already suffered a huge blow, they were disheartened. Their emotions were fluctuating intensely. But they could not be blamed. When they came, they were filled with anticipation and excitement, but halfway through, they were ambushed by Fang Yuan and became prisoners. The treasure that Qi Clan had fought for 1,000 years, heaven form, was about to fall into someone else's hand. The difference was too huge, it was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Qi Clan's GU immortals, feeling pity. Tumphh, what hope do you have for something that Fang Yuan wants? Bai Ning Bing had a cold expression, she understood Fang Yuan's methods the most. Next, several GU immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the test. Fang Yuan did not let Qi Clan's GU immortals enter, he kept them at the front of the ship, watching as Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin took their places and obtained the recognition of the light of Qi Xiong. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing participated, they also obtained the right to explore. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.